All right, let's get this going. We played a couple of games with this yesterday, but it was really awkward into the feature location. Well, that one's not particularly useful for the home team. I think arrows always been on the menu. Cards great. Arrow never stopped being great. How can you have more lines to sprint? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. And a community member that put that together for us. Arrow never died. She became a little bit less omnipresent, but always an excellent card. Hex teacher cooking with crystal sounds dramatic. Listen, I blame the American healthcare system. Yeah, what's going on, BT? I lost track of time this morning. We got started a little bit late. The stature's still good. Yeah, I think the stature deck is still very solid. Arrow became an actual card choice instead of play this card or your deck is objectively worse. Mood. We have Sunspot to soak energy here at least. We have Shuri into Vision becomes 16 Taskmaster Vision plus the potential to move it. That makes it one less. Still, 2 15s is real solid. Well, I guess if we move it out from Soulstone, the turn we Taskmaster, it's still 16, right? I believe. We'll see what they end up filling here with. This could also be a game where we Enchantress plus Jeff on the last turn.
All systems go.
The odds this wins the game. Feels like it could. Oh, we end up a little bit short on the left, huh? Close game. I guess there's a question of, was 17 enough in the middle? Because if 17 had been enough in the middle, I could have soaked a couple onto Sunspot in addition to playing here, or just played Armor here instead. Yeah, we could have just like played Armor here instead, right? We lose even with 6 power Enchantress, right? Because we would have tied here, but we lose the Breaker. Yeah, it's a question of was 17 enough to win the middle. It would have put us plus 10 here. And maybe against Thanos, we should know that like Thanos is their only thing that does that. And they basted, meaning there's a chance their Thanos was 3. Yeah, I think with the Bast consideration, I'm actually supposed to Armor here. It's probably the better play. Close game either way. Nice, nice. I need to stop going to the office during patches and missing the live reacts. What's going on, Gap? Thanks for the 4.5 years. Good to have you around still. I think we'll Angela, so this way if we peel Kitty next turn, we can get her going on the left. This might be Lizard into Enchantress. We also might just want to Shuri Vision, though.
Wind, aid my hand.
Okay, I think I just Shuri Vision at this point. Oh, are they Cerebro 2 that got jacked up by... I think they're Cerebro 2 that got jacked up by Wakanda Embassy. Cerebro 4 now, yep. You replace Jeff in this deck. Yeah, Jeff's just a generically good card in this deck. He's not enabling any combos really, so... whatever other 1 or 2 cost card that plays to the board proactively you want to play over Jeff here is fine. If a deck isn't playing something like Miles Morales, it's like not a big deal to replace Jeff typically. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, chat, put him in the ground. My favorite Pokemon in Marvel Snap, the Enchantress.
Victory.
Do you have any videos on my current Cerebro 2 favorite build? Yeah, we highlighted Cerebro 2 shortly after the Luke Cage OT update. You can find that on the YouTube side. Hey, Palaman, thanks for the 5 months. Appreciate it. Hey, we're happy to have you as long as you'll have us, Tainted. Appreciate the 5 months. Good morning, good morning. It's like Angela into Armor the Center. I'm gonna hang out, but the average Daredevil deck is Galactus on the ladder these days, so we'll bounce when they play Wave or whatever. Daredevil into ramp piece is essentially always Galactus. Yeah. Sounds about right.
Squad still a little light.
Heh. What if I pass? This is 5, 7, 6, 13, 18 power. Oh, the Doc Ock means I can't beat means I can't beat no. That's sad. Because again, that's how this deck slash matchup works. Even when you have like a line to like play into or around stuff, Dr. Octopus just shows up and's like, nah, you actually aren't allowed to have cards that interact here. Yeah, rips any meaningful counterplay out of your hand. And hey, look, I won the game because they didn't draw Galactus. I really outplayed them. Should we do a Hulk to each side? No, I'm playing double Hulk here for the Galactus, the Strange Academy. Masterfully outplayed them. Fear the size of my brain. No, that was turn 5. There's a piece of candy. Bobby Bees, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. There are no OTA updates on the Thursdays when we have patches. So we had a patch on Tuesday, so there's no OTA update today. Well, the last of the weekly OTAs is the 25th. And then there will still be OTAs after that, just not guaranteed every week. They'll be more on an as-needed basis, is my understanding. This is kind of like the dream of what our deck is looking to do here, huh? We're going to get to go Shuri Kitty here, and Kitty's even a little larger than she otherwise would be because of the island. And then on 6... we'll get to go Taskmaster, Kitty. Obviously not in that order. But I do want to make sure we get this down. This way if Taskmaster slams middle, we do get a 24 power Taskmaster at least. I think so long as we get somewhat regular OTAs, I'm fine with them not being guaranteed every week. Like if they go back to it like only happening once a month or less than that, I think that's like not ideal. But if we get one or two, if we get one to two a month, like 1.5 per month, I think would probably be fine. I would not be upset with that. Okay, and then the way this works here, Kitty bounces back to our hand before priority is calculated. So we do not have priority here, which is ideal. So we get to play this out and play this out to the right. If they Shang-Chi my Angela, they'll be at 22, and I'll still be way more than that, right? This is quite literally exactly how we drew the deck up. Yeah, that's sweet. Jeff, by the way, is super replaceable in this deck. It's not enabling Miles Borealis or anything fancy. Pick your favorite 1 or 2 drop. Nightcrawler, Scorpion. You can maybe even try Polaris in there if you want some extra Galactus counterplay. Just make whatever the Jeff slot is something you can proactively play out on turn 1 or turn 2. It's there as curve filler. Yeah, there you go. Put Star-Lord in the Jeff slot for the mission. There's the real MVP advice. Sub Jeff for Star-Lord and get your battle pass done. Kitchen. Think we have to worry about Killmonger here, which means I should just play Jeff for utility purposes. What'd you do, grab on a Sauron, Shadow King, Shuri, Torch Scroller, Miles? Miles is a very good and playable card. I like Miles a lot. Against Patriot, Armor's effect isn't very good, but I think Lizard's actually pretty likely to only be 1 attack, so I'm just gonna play Armor here. I think we just jam Red Skull. It could be right to play to not have priority though. We could just soak Sunspot and then 18 power She-Hulk next turn. Kinda don't hate that. Leaves us some flexibility. One of the reasons to play Red Skull out is if we play Red Skull out, we could play Enchantress plus Lizard on the last turn. Yeah. This beats Ultron, right? I'm gonna do this. We get Doctor Doom. This is beating Doctor Doom too, right? Oh, I don't know what world we're living in that we thought that was gonna work, but alrighty then. Also beating that. Yeah, we're beating both their big 6 drops though too, right? We're beating Doom and Ultron. Oh yeah, maybe they thought they were gonna catch a Taskmaster. That's fair. That's a good take. They thought they were gonna catch a Taskmaster. That's a good take. Ooh. Sure, yeah, Sinister Legend's a little bit less busted than it used to be, but still pretty good. Why do you never get ads? Well, ads are disabled altogether for the first, what's it called? Ads are disabled on my channel altogether for the first hour of the stream. Because I do a 3-minute ad roll during my starting soon, which disables them for an hour. And then after that hour is up, I usually don't really do more mid rolls, so we just only have pre-rolls from there. Tactius Rex, thank you for the prime, appreciate it. I don't think I want to play Angela. Honestly, I kind of just want to pass. I guess this is like mostly a free roll. And then we're going to go like Shuri and Division and Taskmaster. It's a big best. It's a big best, chat. That's a hungry boy. Like big bass that I cannot lie. Do. Do I want 14-14 or 18-18? Vision gives me flexibility to move around, which is nice. And one of these visions might be, might go left to be 16 anyways, right? Okay, and then we're 1 and 4 to draw Enchantress here.
Systems go.
Obviously. I think we're just dead, I think we're just dead to the Iron Men, unfortunately. I'm gonna move Jeff here, and then hope that my big Taskmaster going here wins the game. And that 24 holds right. I guess there's a world where this wins the game with the flexibility to move. Alright, me and this Killmonger to go left. That gets it, right? Close game. Were we good regardless? No, we needed it to go left, right? So we were coin flip there at the end. They would have been 26 here on the right. Close. Hey, Francisco Elvis, thank you for the quarter of a year. And it's Ark, thank you for the 3 months in advance. I plan to be here Snap-a-lappin', thanks for keeping me around and making that possible. There's a scenario where we're supposed to move Jeff from the left so we get 2 extra stats to the right. Yeah, I could see that. I think we were going to lose the breaker regardless there, but I think you're right that maybe it's right to hedge the right harder. The Vision variant is a quality piece of art. I'm gonna try and swap Skull and Vision for Sauron and Maw. I don't understand why that would be good. I think Vision is quite good. If anything, Vision is one of the better things this deck has going on. I cannot imagine swapping Vision out of this deck after the games we've played. He gives so much flexibility, especially with Shuri, with Shuri's text box update. The fact that you need to play explicitly to her location makes Vision's upside even better than before. We're looking to draw Vision next turn or Taskmaster on the last turn. I think that's just a different deck, Grindel. It might be something worth exploring, but I think it's just different than what we're currently playing. Does this win the left? This is 36, 46, 56. So they have to play a 9 power thing here to tie me. Yeah, we beat that. Thank you, Land Shark. Dedicate this wonderful dub to your slipperiness.
Victory.
Hey, Time Lord. Came back for their side of COVID and depression. Hope everything went well here while I was gone. We've been around. I hope things are on the upswing for you. Good to have you around again. We've been here doing our thing. Thanks for the over 4.5 years. I think there's power creep in Snap currently. I mean, I will say this. Every single time Marveled Snap releases a card, it is a broken, format-defining card that if you don't purchase it immediately, you are at a strict competitive disadvantage. That's certainly true, just ask Reddit. If you want something that, I don't know if this is a hot take or maybe just lukewarm, but I bet both Shuri and Sandman are way fucking better than their play rates currently imply. I would bet both of these archetypes, people just put them down because they got nerfed and they haven't just put any effort back into them again. Like, obviously, I think Kitty Pryde added a new angle to this deck that helps it a little bit, but I think even before this card, this archetype was still very good. PWP Cal, thank you for the over 1.5 years. Welcome back. It's been a minute. It's always great to see the old timers pop back in. It says your previous message, Cal, was from May 30th, 2020. So it has been a hot second. There's been a lot of older folks that snap brought back to the channel. It's been good to see. So a spot like this is one of those things where I genuinely don't know what's optimal here. It's like, am I supposed to Angela here? And then like Kitty Jeff next turn? Am I supposed to Kitty Sunspot? I think because I have Jeff here, I'm gonna Angela and then Kitty Jeff next turn. But that could be wrong, because this does make my Kitty a bit worse if we peel Shuri, right? Because I like took a turn off. Psychological nerfs are absolutely a tactic used to impact perceived balance. Definitely. Yeah, every card game I've ever played, people always stop playing decks when they have something nerfed or banned in them, even if those decks are still great. They just blow up? They blow up Soulstone, sure. Yeah, and like there's the Shuri, right? I'm gonna do this since we have priority and there's a chance they're a Killmonger deck. Sorry, Sunspot. You're going over here. Out of the frying pan into the fryer. Okay, and then I think we're still just making a 12 power Kitty. Is that the case? What if I do this, actually, and wait on what I'm doing here? The downside to this is if I draw Taskmaster next turn, I can't Taskmaster the Kitty, but this could be the flexibility to like double Kitty here or play Red Skull here. Yeah, Jeff might not be enough mid, but if they're playing mid, then I can probably win Can't Play High. I'm gonna do this. And leave the Shuri power kind of floating. Oh yeah, I guess we can still test. And this is why this deck's just so impossible, right? Like I even have the tech card to beat the null, but it doesn't matter because I have another thing too, because death is free. People talk a lot about the different things they could do to make Galactus less offensive. And no joke, I think one of the more interesting things they could do to this card is they should make the things at the locations getting blown up just not count as being destroyed. Like there's a good chance that alone fixes the archetype. Like just create an exile effect or something that you want to call it and just like have it not work with fucking null and death. Yeah, banish, exile, whatever you want to call it, obliterate, dealer's choice. And again, there's like 100 different fixes for Galactus. But that one would certainly be one that worked. Yeah, call it turn to dust. Thanos style. Love it. I think with no other 2-drop in my hand, I actually Kitty on 2 here and then Angela Kitty on 3. If I had another 2-drop in my hand, I'd probably consider playing Angela and then Kitty 2-drop on 3. But without the guaranteed other thing to use my resource on next turn, I think being 1 resource inefficient is fine. And obviously we drew the armor. It's like whatever. I think this is the correct sequencing though. We're only 50% to draw 2-drop. You can throw Kitty in any deck, right? Mostly, you really don't want to play Kitty alongside 6-drops, and you probably don't want to play Kitty without Angela. Those are like, I think those are like her 2 like loose deck builder requirements. Don't play 6-drops that aren't She-Hulk and include Angela. But in general, she's a pretty flexible card that could go in a lot of places, yeah. And this is perfect. We'll go Kitty into Shuri. This will come back to my hand as 8. And then on 6, we'll go 16 power Kitty, Taskmaster Kitty. A High Evolutionary released on the 23rd, this Tuesday. So we'll go plus 18 here in the middle up to 33. And then we'll pop up to 18 total on the left. This is, again, just like exactly what our deck is looking to do. They have priority, so we're not worried about Shang-Chi. I guess a Cosmo could technically catch us on the left. Sometimes this Hawk deck plays that card. Oh, that is not nearly good enough, bud. So I want to ask you, I have a video with your thoughts on High Evolutionary. I did a video last month talking about just a generic review of all the cards that we're releasing this month. But I think High Evolutionary has enough hype coming for it, being a new permanent Series 5 card, that on Monday I plan to put out a top 5 or 6 decks or whatever to try with High Evo. So if you're looking for specific High Evo deck ideas from my noodle, you can expect that Monday on the YouTube side. It's gonna be an armor upper Kitty Bridge angle. I'm gonna do a late Shiro Monday night. No, the metrics around staying up well past my bedtime have not been fantastic the last couple times I did it, so I'm just gonna play Tuesday morning and get some actual sleep. Yeah, that'll be the big question with High Evo. Are you supposed to be all in on it, or are you supposed to be flexible with it? Whoa, Radar! Thank you for the sub gift to Roonies. Happy, what day of the week is it, chat? They all blur. The Thursday? It's Thursday. Happy Thursday to you. Two things about my individual win rates with deck lists. One, all of the sample sizes with any deck list that I play is fucking small to the point of being insignificant. You should not care about them statistically. Two, I literally fucking concede to Galactus on sight. So basically every deck I'm playing is down cubes and up losses because I try to make my game more fun for myself. There is a reason why Untapped staples low data onto any sample below 200 games. And I individually certainly play far less than 200 games with any given deck. Even 200 is not a lot. Completely agree. Could not agree more that 200 is not a lot. I've talked about this before, but I actually think putting your deck stats on your stream overlay is borderline lying through omission. I think doing so kind of takes advantage of people that don't understand stats and sample sizes and misleads them to conclusions that are bad conclusions. That's why I explicitly don't put my stats on my screen. Rick James, thank you for the brand new Prime. There's this very common misconception among people that don't have good stats backgrounds where they think that having a small amount of bad data is better than having no data, and that very much is not true. There were people wondering why I didn't play here. There's a goose. Win the breaker by 1? Win the breaker by 1. What a close game. Got him. Like, to give you a good pointed example, like, if you're monitoring your own stats for an individual play session and we're focusing purely on the stats and sample size that you're looking at, like, imagine you're playing a deck and your deck goes 5-5 and your deck goes 5-5 over that play session, but you think back in it and you're like, well, in 2 of my 3 losses, I lost 50-50s. It's like, well, my deck kind of performed better than what's indicated here, right? Or even the opposite, right? Let's say you won 5, you're 5-5, and like 3 of your wins, your opponent made a colossal mistake. And if your opponent like makes an average play, you lose those games instead of winning them. So your deck's actually worse than the record implies. Aleph, thank you for the 3rd of a year. You just reset the stats to 200%. No joke. I was watching a stream that had stats up on it, and the person who had the stats up, the stats got so bad at one point, they kicked back to their starting soon screen and then came back and were like, we're just resetting the stats for today. It's a new day. It's a new stream. Welcome. And I was just like, like if we're going to do that, really, what's the point? I think in the games where I have Angela with a 2-drop for the kitty on 3, I'm supposed to do this. Again, it's close though, and I'm not 100% certain of that. Holy fucking shit. Never lucky rubber ducky. I'm out. Peace.
Escaped.
Take your cube. The concept that any data can be manipulated to tell whatever story you want if you're smart enough. I mean, data doesn't lie, but liars love data. The long and short of it is that data is useless without interpretation. And different people with different backgrounds and different goals offered varying interpretations for varying reasons. And some of it is it's bad because they're malicious. Some of it is it's bad because they don't understand. And some of it's really good because they do know what they're doing and they're accounting for things. Every time, champ. Oh yeah, my Twitter mentions have just been an absolute shit show for the last 12 hours or whatever. Lot of angry TCG nerds upset that I would call their loot box game a loot box game. It's funny. I actually didn't I didn't know how bad the pull rates were in this game until these people getting upset about it made me go look. This card game, Flesh and Blood, there are mechanically unique cards that only appear once per 1,000 booster packs this game puts out. No, it's not even Magic the Gathering. It's worse than fucking Magic the Gathering. Yeah, I mean, I've also genuinely heard nothing but good things about Flesh and Blood's gameplay, but I just like have no desire to touch it with a 10-foot pole because of their monetization. Booster packs are $3 or $4, just like any other card game. Do this. This is 7, 8, 9 in the middle. Okay, I think I'm into this. All right, RNGesus, take the wheel. Drove us right off the cliff, chat. If the cat went left, we won, right? Yeah. Lost the 50-50, GG opponent. Was that play better than Red Skull mid? Maybe not. Red Skull mid was 10 there, and I added, Red Skull mid was 11 there, and I added 9. I would have been +2. We still would have lost, but you're right. Red Skull mid was more stats there. Good call out. Like one kitty pride, please. This Twitch stream pre-recorded in front of a live audience, etc., etc. Dream Dimension, continuing to be a Dream Crusher. Mr. Sandman, you really suck. Do 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 do. Mr. Sandman.
Wakanda forever.
And then unfortunately, we're just dead to Artem Zola here. Even without the Nebula, I think we lose the tiebreaker if they would have stayed at 20 here. But they're going to go to 22 with the Nebula. Yeah, 18 over here, and I'll only be up 11 in the middle. The Skull left, dude. Nothing. I guess if they don't have Zola, Skull left is beating Dr. Doom.
Wakanda forever.
I found some of the discourse around High Evolutionary having its stat line changed. And it was funny. People were like, well, they nerfed him before they released him. And Glenn, I liked Glenn's response. He was like, it's an interesting philosophical question. Can an unreleased card be nerfed? Yeah, so it's confirmed that High Evolutionary is going to be a 4/4. Gaming tribalism is weird to me. Yeah. Well, so one of the things that I've found about a lot of paper card games like Magic the Gathering is that because there's no free-to-play option for a paper card game, everybody that's heavily invested in that card game has spent a lot of fucking money to be heavily invested in that card game. And what happens as a result of that is when you spend a lot of time and money on something, most people are unable to detach criticism of the thing that they've spent a lot of money on from criticism of themselves. So anything you say that's remotely negative about something like Magic or something else that someone spent thousands or in some case tens of thousands of dollars on, they don't see it as a criticism of the thing that they like. They see it as a criticism of themselves because so much of themselves is invested in that thing. Like, you can't say it's silly that there's 70, 80, or $200 cards because then you're saying that they're silly for owning those cards. It becomes this deeply personal thing. Hey, thanks for the 5 months, Boomflex. Appreciate it. But a Shuri middle in case they're Galactus. Whoa, why would they Galactus left? I guess they just want me choked on space. Okay. I appreciate the person with the username Toxic playing Galactus though. That's a good quality flavor win.
Escape.
And for people that don't subject themselves for Twitter, the thing that started this argument, I tweeted a criticism of the pricing of a paper card game, and one of the designers for that paper card game retweeted me telling me to go fuck myself because I was talking about the price of the cards in their game. Just fucking really, really classy. How much are their cards? The most expensive tournament staple that's played in several top decks for the game costs over 200 USD to buy the cheapest printing of. It's like more than Magic the Gathering. For reference, Magic also has this big problem with their cards being too expensive. Like there's a card in Magic's current standard format that costs like $70 a copy, and that's also absurd. Like way too much money for a single piece of cardboard. Yeah, Sheoldred's like 70 bucks in paper Magic right now. All right, we need a Red Skull or a Vision here. Nice, nice. I believe, chat. The Danger Room's playing for the home team. We're gonna win it. In it to win it. We block Warriors on this stream. I like playing paper card games with my kids. In fact, one of the reason I really like Pokemon TCG, past like adoring the IP, having grown up with it, and my kids like the IP, is that Pokemon actually does a really good job of reprinting their staples, even going so far as to like add new box products with staples in them if they get too expensive. Yeah, I hope so too, Zoe. I've looked at some of the Lorcana gameplay stuff, and the gameplay looks good. I think if they follow a model similar to Pokemon, where they keep the prices for the decks and staples reasonable, it has a lot of potential. But like, if it's like this collector-only whale hunting thing, I just won't. I just won't. Do you think the person with the username QAnon Mom auto-retreated because they know my feelings about their bullshit? Yeah, the card text being short is one of the things that Ben Brode's Design Talk explicitly talked about. I think he said their polling and studies showed that if there were more than 8 words on a card, people tended to zone out. And I think they said their general goal is to keep it under like 11 at extreme cases. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! I think you could fit all of the text of an entire Marvel Snap deck onto a single Yu-Gi-Oh! Card and still have room left over. Alright, the Sunspot is certainly in danger against the deck Plague Nova, but I'm gonna play it out. Jeff's a solid draw here too. I really can't overstate how good it is that Kitty doesn't count towards priority for the turn. It's such a huge upgrade. Yeah, it smells like Teen Spirit. I mean, Surfer. Guess I'm doing this. What if I move Jeff here, and then I go Enchantress Kitty here, with the intention of going Kitty Taskmaster here on the last turn? I think they're putting most of the... Oh god, this is so fucking perfect too. We turned off their Sarah. Oh, that's hilarious. So yeah, I think I don't expect them to play for here. And I expect them to play for here, so I just put all my stats over into here. And this is actually more than Kitty Taskmaster, right? Because this is 22 as opposed to 20. And then Sunspot soaks 1 too if we don't get Killmongered. Why are we stream sniping our opponents? Sorry, apologies. Shang-Chi. They're a Surfer deck, so I don't think I'm playing around Shang-Chi. Jugwright could win the game for them. Yeah, that's true. Wow, they did end up playing for the left. It was not good enough. That was a sweet game. Really showed the power of the priority management here. This deck seems really good, chat. I think Kitty's gonna put Shuri back on the map. To give a point of example, like usually we play a deck for an hour and I have like 4 or 5 games I feel like I could highlight. We played this deck and I have 1, 6, 7. I have 8 highlights from an hour potentially, so way more than enough for it. I don't know that all of these details are 100% correct, but yeah. And for anybody watching at home, you're like, I don't have Jeff the Land Shark. Jeff is super replaceable in this deck. It's not enabling like Miles Morales or anything like that, so you can slot Scorpion or Polaris or Nightcrawler in there. Trying Sora. Sora could be okay. I don't know. Playing armor is something you do on the last turn sometimes. Now you could put Star-Lord in there to do your mission. That's probably fine. DVM Boom. Thanks for over a year. Welcome back. Basketing got you to Infinite. Congrats, congrats. And Abyssal with the Hawaii 5-0. He's through over 4 years. Nebula could work in the Jeff slot. Yeah, I could see that. Nebula could be fine. All right, we might play more of this later. I think I'm going to kick along to our next deck. We've been jamming this for an hour now. This, maybe I want to cook. I had a couple of recipes written down. Oh, you know what? So, people have been asking about Crystal. And I was thinking about it. Is Crystal good in this deck? Is there a world where this deck wants to play Crystal? Is she better than Kang? Because, like, you really want to see your Modocs and your Apocalypses every game. And, like, I think there's a world where, like, you play Wong on turn 4, and you Crystal to draw 2 on turn 5 to find your MODOK, and then you just double MODOK on 6 to win. Yeah, Crystal with Hela could be good too. I could see that. Let's start here, and then maybe we'll try Crystal and Hela as well. I don't think Teenage Warhead is very good at the moment. She's more of a metagame textile card, and I don't think she's good into a lot of the decks in the current format. We'll see where things settle. We're obviously like in an in-between spot. Well, I buy the Arrow variant. So maybe, I don't know that I like it more than my current Arrow variant, but the cash to resources ratio on it is pretty good. People take being blocked on Twitter way too seriously, Color. It's like some kind of great personal affront that someone would decide they don't want to see them in their mentions and remove them from their feed. We have had no communication from Second Dinner following the backlash of the updated series drops. I think because Mindscape is in play here, I'm actually supposed to just play Swarm out. Because I don't want to give them a bunch of free swarms. Rip. Well, that was the worst draw on our deck. I wanted to draw something we can get rid of. Now I can't give them a 16 power apocalypse, so we'll retreat.
Escape.
I think of the Chibi Guardian of the Galaxy bundle. There's a full comparison on the bundles and their credit ratio and stuff in this video here. But the TLDR on the Chibi bundle is that the Chibi bundle is only worth it if you like the variants. It's a primarily cosmetic bundle. It would have been our best draw without Mindscape, that's true. Is a good cards list still viable? Yeah, I think that's a solid core to start with, in Wes. For sure. Could Mindscape trigger Direct Collector? Yeah, I think it probably should. Assume it's a bug that it doesn't. I don't think I'm supposed to Lady Sif here, because if I Lady Sif, discard the Helicarrier, I don't get to draw next turn. Is Crystal Negative not worth trying? No, it's on my list of things to do today too. You feel like the Storm version of this deck is more consistent. I disagree. I think the Storm version of the deck actually is less consistent because it has way more moving pieces that have to come together in the right order. I don't think I'd classify either version as being terribly consistent, but I think saying the Storm version is more consistent is a miss and lack of experience. Rip. Does Weird World trigger the Collector? It does, yeah. Alright, so my goal is to draw Morbius next turn. So I can go Wong into Morbius, Mystique my Morbius into MODOK on the last turn, like pumped up the jam. Hey, Skizzer, thanks for the 5 months, appreciate that. If we brick on Morbius, we could also just like Lady Sif twice, could be fine. Yeah, Gambit would have been okay. We could really, maybe we should have really played for the memes and gone like Mystique into the Wong to play to the Gambit out. You know what is interesting to note here? If this crystal had been Kang like we had been playing previously, I would have been able to play Kang to draw another card here. So worse than Kang in this particular game for us. Unfortunately, 16's not quite gonna do it, huh? We'd have drawn a rock anyways, but we'll let them have their big turn. Make your monkey. What's going on, Jesus? Thank you for the third of a year. Yeah, I like the baby morb a lot. I don't like all the baby variants, but baby morb speaks to me. All right, people keep asking me about the player exclusive bundles. So maybe let's give a quick sound bite here so we can clip it. Find a screenshot here real quick. Anybody have the screenshot? I'm failing to find it on my Twitter feed here real quick. Or we're not going to talk about it because I can't find it? What's Stamp Black It? Yay. It came across my Twitter feed earlier, but Twitter doesn't actually let you consistently see the same shit. All right, if someone finds me a screenshot of the bundle, we'll talk about it. Otherwise, I'm just going to go back to playing some games. That's the one I saw. All right, we'll take a look at it in a second. Oh, and it's a Weird World game, so you have to look at it right now.
Escaped.
Am I going crazy? Or am I going crazy, or did I see this at $10 somewhere as well? feel like I saw this for $10. Maybe I'm misremembering. This Canada screenshot. Okay, I'm not crazy. It was posted for $10. Is this like a regional difference then? Is this Canadians getting the short end of the stick? Okay. Hold on. So I've seen a bunch of people saying that this is bad value for a new player. And that's actually just couldn't be further from the truth if it comes to someone who's interested in spending money to accelerate their Series 3 progression. So because this is giving you a base card, remember when you're first starting off in Marvel Snap, it takes you 48 levels. When you're not Series 3 complete, you get one card every 48 collection levels, every 12 boxes. So this is the equivalent of loosely 2,000 credits worth of collection level advancement to just get a random card that could be Thor. You miss out on like a random avatar or variant in that box, but the rest of it is just like boosters and chaff and stuff. And then you get 1,500 credits on top of it. So like, if you look at the comparison to buying the 5X is weird. I don't know what they're comparing 5X to. But like, for example, if I wanted to get, this is like the card's approximately 2,000 credits. These credits are 1,500. So that's like approximately 3,500 credits in this bundle for $10. So 3,500 credits times 0.8 would cost me about 2,800 gold. To buy 2,800 gold in Marvel Snap, I would need to spend $35 and then a little bit more. It's like 40 bucks. This is a bundle that I would have snapped up in a heartbeat when I wasn't Series 3 complete and I was pushing towards getting Series 3 complete. So this is a bundle that's already out for newer players. And I don't know what qualifies as a newer player. But like, and that's, oh, the 5X value is probably because that you get the variants with it too, right? No, the value in this is really the fact that you get the base card. That's really if you really want the super rare variant, this is a 1,200 gold variant. And like 1,200 gold is what? Somewhere between 10 and 20 bucks. So like, if you were gonna pay cash for gold to get this variant, you're better off just buying this bundle even if you already have Thor. But even if I was someone who was missing Thor and I wasn't Series 3 complete and I wanted to get Series 3 complete faster, this bundle is a worthwhile progression bundle if I was going to spend money on Snap anyways, even without the variant considerations. Just the card plus 1,500 credits is better. Yeah, there's a few things that I think are shitty here that definitely should not be what they are. Like saying, get a ton more cards, that's just like, that's bullshit, right? Like you're not gonna get a ton more cards with 1,500 credits. Like we just said, it's one card per 2,000 credits. So this gets you maybe one more card if you're lucky. Oh, I wonder if that's what this is. So we were wondering why this one says 15. I wonder if this $9.99 is someone who already has Thor. Could that be it? Someone said the Canadian prices are usually 40% more, not 50% more. But yeah, I guess that could be Canadian. The collector's token bundle that's in the shop, Salmonella, is the best ratio of collector's tokens to USD they've ever put out. If you're someone that was going to spend money to get collector's tokens, it's an instant pickup if you were going to spend $100. It is literally the best way they have ever given you to get collector's tokens by spending money in the client. Early collection levels are faster. That's true. If you're sub, I think, collection level 1500, you acquire cards twice as quickly, which I guess means you get a card approximately every 1,000 credits or so. So I guess this 1500 credits, depending on the collection level you're getting it at, could be 2 to 3 more cards. I still would argue that probably doesn't classify as a ton, but for people asking why Mewtwo is trending, I'm going to let you in on a little secret about Twitter. All of these things aren't fucking real trends. There's 2,000 tweets about this and 2,000 tweets about this. Twitter just puts random shit they think you'll click on over here on the right. These things are not trending globally on the platform. These are things that loosely have some amount of people talking about them that they think I'm interested in based on my other activity on the site. Because remember, the goal of all social media platforms, whether it's Twitter or Facebook or YouTube, is to just make sure you stay on the platform as long as possible. And honestly, that's one way we should applaud Twitch.tv, because Twitch.tv doesn't want me to watch their platform as long as possible. That's why there's constant ad rolls over gameplay. They're encouraging me to shut the website off. They're really they're doing me a favor. Works every time too. Sure does. Works for me. What a Gus! Thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. But yeah, if you're someone who's brand new to Snap and you want Thor, or you just want to get Series 3 complete faster and you have $10 to throw at Marvel Snap, that's a fine $10 to throw at the game if you already bought the Season Pass. The Season Pass is still better than that. Get the Season Pass first, always, if you're spending money. Yes, base cards have never been sold before like this. Which, and interesting, I don't know how many of you did this, or remember this, I should say. But one of the Marvel Snap surveys they did had a question asking if people would be interested in bundles selling variants and base cards of cards when they dropped from Series 5 to 4. And they haven't done that yet, but I would bet my bottom dollar that something to test like that is coming in the pipeline. Is the collector bundle better than the $100 pro bundle? So, kind of. The collector bundle will get you more collector's tokens for $100, but it doesn't get you collection level progression, so it kind of depends on what your goal is. If you're someone who's not Series 3 complete yet, the Pro Bundle will do much more towards getting you Series 3 complete. However, if you are Series 3 complete and you primarily only care about tokens, then you should get the other one. Man, that's a sick beat. Lady Sif, discard Helicarrier, drop off the Ghost Rider. Things you love to see. It. You thought you saw a bundle with a Series 4 card on the roadmap, Dynamite. Yeah, feel free to link that in chat if you get a screenshot of a race car when you come back. 10 out of 10. Would love to see that. Well, that's heckin' rude. Any sort for a small position right now, or is it just a symptom of it dropping to Series 3? I don't know. That's a good question. We haven't looked at untapped stats post-patch yet, really. Maybe we could do that after we play a game or two here. You don't want to look. Is it a lot of Galactus? You don't want to look. Sounds like it's a lot of Galactus. It's so much Galactus. The stats exclude feature location days. They do exclude feature location days. You are correct that means there's not a ton of data yet. Kitty has given me joy in playing this game. And no joke. The types of decks that Kitty has played in are legitimately the best type of deck Marvel Snap has to offer for people to play. Just legitimately the sweetest and most fun type of decks. We could get Spider-Man out of this Wong here and then die on the last turn, but if we get to Crystal, hit our Apocalypse and Swarm into MODOK. Oh, that's fine. Okie dokie, Artichoke. Pippity poppity, the fun don't stoppity, says local man about to be juggernauted. Fodder, thanks for the 5 months. Appreciate the prime. And Gogs, thanks for coming back for 7 months. Or Odin, or Magneto. Why are there so many cards that beat Wong, chat? That wins the game anyways, right? Nice deck. Your thing, boss. So, if they hadn't disrupted Wong, we would have discarded another 6 cards here. And then Morbius and Mystique would have been 22 each. Still solid enough here, though. You are a moderator, Fear Agent. If that power scares you, I can take it away, but typically I give people that have subbed for the year a moderator sword. Because usually if you've hung out for that long, you understand how things are run. And it's fun to bop fascists on occasion. But you're in no way obligated to do any actual work. It's only if you feel like it. Like, time me out. You do get to deliver timeout requests now, if you're fast enough. There's a lot of us that are quick. Look at all the offerings. Love it. This hand is exactly what this deck is looking to do. Morbius into Mystique, into Woggers, into Modok. You are not a mod, big baby. The 6-month sub icon is a wooden training sword. It gives you 6 months of practice before you get the real thing. 'Cause we don't want you to hurt yourself when you become a real moderator. Some of the mods go through the unbanned requests, but I do them personally too. If there's ever any questionable, I just leave them. Oh, Baker! I missed you have a shield. And then the 12-month icon's a shield, so that way you have a mod sword and a shield to go together. There's a whole Vorthos here, chat. This is very well thought out. Swiftman, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Appreciate it. Oh, Wongers! I love this deck, chat. The numbers going burr in this deck is just one of my favorite things. Just big, and for my next trick energy. Someone who might not see the world exactly as you do is fascist, and that's why I unsub. No, you unsub because you're too fucking stupid to know that me banning someone on my twitch.tv channel is not fascism. Fascism is an act of an authoritarian right-leaning government, you stupid fucking twat. It is incredible how many people think that I banning people from my personal space is the equivalent of fascism because they're a fucking idiot that doesn't know what words mean. And this isn't a difference. You're like, Jeff, I don't think trans people deserve human rights, but we should just agree to disagree. It's like, no, fuck you. Trans people deserve human rights and so does everybody else. Women deserve bodily autonomy. These are not like, we're not disagreeing about pineapple on fucking pizza. Like, I don't get to sit here and be civil with people that think other people don't deserve human rights. They're not negotiable. Saint Lovejoy, thanks for the sub gifts. Welcome back. Appreciate you. And Marlo, thank you for the brand new Prime. Like, you should just learn to disagree with people. If I can disagree just fine with reasonable people having disagreements about reasonable things, there are a subset of things that are non-negotiable. They were never a sub. Those are my fucking favorite. This is why I'm not sub to you anymore. Was never sub to begin with. Who's surprised that the person that didn't know what fascism meant also was a fucking liar? I'm shocked, personally. I'm supposed to Wong here. It's close, though. Mussolini started out by banning people from his Twitch chat. Oh, that's the good stuff right there. Okay, the question is Colleen into Gambit enough to win this game? I don't know, but I'm willing to find out. Your Gambits at home might not be able to win this game. My Gambit's gonna win this game, chat. He's a goddamn professional. We're gonna murder Hitmonkey and we're gonna murder Bishop, and it's gonna be fucking great. Woo! We even hit the helicarrier for the max collector buff. All right, come on. Come on! Come on! Oh, we were so close, chat. We missed it by this much. You tried your best, Gambit. That's all I can really ask for. Motown, thank you for the brand new prep. Appreciate the support. Perhaps Gambit would have gotten there. That's fair. I live in Florida. Can you ban my governor? You want a form of fascism banning books as well as bodily autonomy are certainly forms of fascism when the government is doing it. Was Mystiquing the Wong better? Maybe it was, dude, man. That's a good take. Maybe Mystiquing the Wong was better. Like going for this character's banner on Honkai. Yeah, I bought him last night. He's in my stuff. I guess we play here just in case they don't play anything, but I assume that they're wait, what? Deal Orito. Aeronomadic, thank you for the brand new prime, appreciate it. What do we think of... The problem is we just can't win Nidvaler, right? Maybe I should have played Wong into Nidvaler, although I guess then we wouldn't have drawn cards. That's not the Swarm, so I assume we're just dead here. This gives Collector +4, so it's 11, and then 13, so only go to 24 here. Yeah. Is Dracula a fair change for Crystal? I don't think Dracula is very good in this deck. Dracula is expressly kind of awkward with Helicarrier. I was playing Kang in the Crystal slot before we started testing Crystal today. If I didn't have Kang and I didn't want to play Crystal, I'd probably play Agent Coulson. Hellcow. I can see Hellcow being fine. How did Shuriken? Shuriken was really impressive. I will definitely be playing more of that archetype. Certainly gonna get a highlight. Just did a Dream Dimension again. Yeah, unfortunately, without Collector or Morbius in play already, there's just not a lot I can do here. I guess we could YOLO the Gambit. That's fine. We were probably leaving anyways.
Escape.
It was real bad. Been enjoying the Moon Girl She-Hulk with the Sora and More package. I think that list is really tight, Hobbit. I've got a solid backlog of sweet things to highlight over on the YouTube side for the next little bit. We'll get back to replaying some of them here on the Twitch side as well. One of the 84 node Wong counters, yep. Aeronomanic, thank you for the prime, by the way. I think I missed that one. Welcome, welcome. It's Morbin time here. EM was playing Crystal Negative yesterday, and they have a Crystal Avatar, so real chance that that's still what we're doing here. The Sauron list slaps. Maw has been one of my pet cards. It's the best Maw deck I've played. That's great to hear. Is Crystal good with Ronin now? I don't know. So I think part of the problem is the best Ronin deck I've played is also a Darkhawk deck. And you can't play Crystal with Darkhawk. A little bit of an expansion diff. Yeah, so they let us assign avatars per deck. So all of my decks just have different pay-to-win avatars. I have a bunch of the old avatars from the closed beta, as well as avatars from the closed beta, as well as $100 bundle avatars. I don't know what Silver Samurai is, Kyle, which means it's a card that's not releasing in June or July, which means it's far enough out that its text box is likely going to change. We're dropping a Swarm to fill the raft here. If I fill the raft with a Swarm, the raft card gets discarded to Modoc, so it's kind of a wash. I don't think they're going to fill this turn, so. 1-2 when discarded, draw 1. I'd be shocked if those cards go to print with that text. There was another card, I think it was like the Black Knight or something, that says you draw a card when it gets destroyed. Getting a card from the raft would give you +1 on Collector. Yeah, but creating an extra Swarm gives me an extra 1 too. Whoa! They just gave me crystal draws. Deal-a-reno. We take those. Yep. Yeah. I want to try and bake something like this. We could lose this game. They did just double draw with Crystal after Mr. Negative. So they could about to have a really big. We had a big turn thanks to their Crystal, but they might be about to have a bigger turn here. Excited to see how this plays out for them. Yeah, I want to try Crystal Negative today for sure. We'll probably do it after this one. I think I've done every kitty deck I want to do. My plan is to play this for a little bit more. We'll surf through some of the untapped data, seeing if there's any gems, and then we'll also do some more brewing. Pot of Greed has the least text of any Yu-Gi-Oh card. Yep. Mood.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Ah, so close. GG, opponent. Apocalypse left could have done it. Maybe because they already had 2 slots here, I'm supposed to play hard for here. They could have also double Iron Man there and gotten us those. There were permutations we lost to regardless. Oh, you played the Midnight Suns game? I have not. Hey, Infinity, thanks for the sub-gifty. Good afternoon. Sirius, thank you for the 15 months of Prime. Appreciate it. Jellyfish! Closing in on the 4-year mark. Thank you for the tier 2. Good morning, good morning. I got to Infinite for the first time. I finally unlocked casual mode. That is kind of what it is, isn't it? And thanks for the speed text, Kyle. Ooh, collector. About to be looking swole here. Did something change with the Windows client? I can't get the sides without going into full screen. They did change that, yes, in this patch. I assume doing that was some type of change they need towards... Opponent's got some spice, chat. I assume that's a change they need to make in order to move towards the other client, or the native PC UI. Venom 8 Kitty. Okay. I don't know that I was expecting that one. What are the differences between sub-tiers? How much Jeff loves you? Well, that one's not true. I always like to kibosh those. I appreciate everybody that subs, but to the disappointment of many of you out there, I am certain I love none of you. Apologies if this is a harsh, brutal reality that you will have to face. Nothing makes me cringe more than a streamer telling their audience that they love them or that they're their friends. I don't know that many of them are doing it maliciously, but it's definitely manipulative, whether they're doing it intentionally or not. The Deadpool story. Almost everything goes right, lose the game anyways. To answer their question, what do different sub-tiers do? They just give me a little bit extra support. There's a couple of extra emotes in there for tier 2 and tier 3. And tier 3 subs technically have an extra channel in the Discord server that we use sparingly. But in general, I don't do extra incentives to encourage super big subs. Anybody subbing at even $5 a month is more than expected. Hold on, chat. I gotta order lunch. Looks good. Thank you. You're the best.
I know.
$5 is equal to watching 3,000 ads per month. Probably more than that, honestly. I think the average ad view is worth 1/10 of a penny. So what? How many 10 ad views to a penny makes 1,000 ad views to $1? It's like 5,000 ad views. The number I always like to throw around is if you donate even $1 to your favorite content creator in a month, it's more than if you watched every ad on every video they put out. If you've got a link on Untapped or Snapfan, little Matthew, yeah, drop me a link to Deadpool Kitty. Check it out. Val Dog, thank you for the sub gift to Rooney. Annie Galactus. Sandman. Alright, we about to murder his ass, chat. Alright, Gambit. Fuck him up. I believe, Gambit. You discarded the right card. Can you hit the right card? Rats. $5 is what you pay, but typically only about half goes to the creator. So for a larger creator like myself, I get 70% of subs. So when you spend $5 dues or you click the Prime button, I get Tree Fitty. Mavic there just took Tree Fitty from Jeffrey Bezos and sent it to Jeffrey Hoagland. Thanks for the 7 months. People that are larger, older partners have the slightly better contract split. I've been doing this a long time. Yo, Bezick, thank you for the Prime, appreciate it. Listen, chat, back in my day, when you applied for Twitch partner, affiliate status didn't exist, and you were just throwing your application into a black hole, hoping that someone liked you. There was none of this newfangled consistency and metrics you had to meet. Then the 50-50 split happened to all streamers in June or July. So again, people are often misinformed about these things. The change that is happening in June and July is that all sub revenue that a streamer earns after their first $100,000 in sub revenue for the year goes down to a 50-50 split. So no, it is not that it's just a 50-50 split. It's that after a certain number, it's a 50-50 split. Ashworld, thank you for the 3.5 years. Welcome back. How much did my audience grow since I started staff? A good little bit. All right, I just need to beat Dr. Doom, right? So we'll play 12 Power Apocalypse. What are we? I can give you a metric. numbers. I like numbers. We're gonna look at untapped here in a second too.
Victory.
Got him. For the last 180 days, so 6 months, my average viewer count for Marvel Snap has been 2,253. And in 2021, my Magic the Gathering average viewer count was 996. But Magic was also on a decline for the last few years. Like my best year doing Magic, my average viewer count was about 1,400. So still lower than Snap, but higher than what the last couple of years were. We're gonna look at, let's look at some untapped stats, huh? I'll play a couple more to this card deck. I'm still vibing on this one. How's Crystal Bolt over King? I don't know that I have a good beat on Crystal over King. Let's run a few more. Well, so part of it, fun normal guy, is I would wager bigger creators have a higher proportion of Twitch Prime subs than smaller creators do. So creators that are bringing in over 100K a year in sub revenue are raking in a ton of Prime subs, and Prime subs are literally just a loss leader, right? The way it works, I would wager. This rock is so annoying. Maybe I'm actually supposed to not do this. I'm supposed to play the rock and then do this next turn. Hey, Zero History, thank you for the new Prime. Speaking of primers, have you tried Patriot Lad? I have not, Ashworld. I've seen Cam talking about how good the stats are for that one, though.
Escaped.
Take a mulligan here. Has Electro seen an uptick in play? Well, a lot of the bounce decks can't play Killmonger, so yeah, there's been a little bit more Electros for sure. Do I get more for regular sub versus a Prime sub? I do not, yeah. Which is why I would expect after a certain rate they want to pull down how much subs give for people that have a lot of Primes. I get Tree Fitty whether you use a Prime sub or spend 5 of your own dollars. So, if you've got Jeffrey Bezos' money to spend his first. This is our best early game that this deck has. Morbius into Mystique into Collector. Need to draw Modockers in here still. Crystal could potentially help with that. Colleen would be a decent pull too. Go Collector into Colleen. Hey, Decent Don. Thanks for the quarter of a year. And Connie Ray, thank you for the brand new Prime. What do we think about Wong into Crystal? Just to dig for MODOK? I think it's a Wong into Crystal dig for MODOK angle. Damn. I think I'm still playing Crystal to try and draw just extra cards to bid with MODOK while also putting stats down. As an Amazon shareholder, I resent the reference Jeff Bezos money going forward. Please refer to it as Goat Seekers money. Noted. Oh, they're just Galactus, chat.
All systems go.
Thanks for the over 3.5 years, Panda.
Victory.
Galactus gamers. Sit down for a bit. Lunch will be here soon. Colleen is more there, right? She would have +8 and then 4 on the right. Oh yeah, you're super right. I didn't even think about that. That's a good shout out. Ooh. Ready to more ball over him, chat? The bots don't play Galactus, chat. The bots have a specific subset of decks that they play. Galactus is not currently among them. Imagine if bots played Galactus, I'd be done. Just like peace them out. It's so funny seeing the animations from other cards come out of Iron Land. It's just like, this is not what I was expecting. Well, the good news is Elysium means I can play this Apocalypse before the Mindscape gives it over. If any other card games you've played had a Galactus-style card, if so, what did they did? I promise you, I'm not exaggerating when I say essentially every Magic the Gathering deck that was competitive for the last 4 or 5 years basically was very similar to Galactus. It is a big part of why I stopped enjoying that game. Magic is just full of zero-sum gameplay experiences. Would Lady Sif Gambit have been better here? Maybe? Although Wolverine could have made that sketchy. How I feel about casual Magic formats? I think rather than playing casual Magic, I'd rather just play a board game. One of the tough parts about casual Magic is it's hard to get people to agree on an appropriate power level. So you're like, my deck's a 4 on a power level. Well, no, it's really a 6 or an 8 in my play group or whatever. And there's like this sub game of balancing before you could actually play the game at a casual level. All it takes is one person on the friend group to go on TCG Player and start buying singles, and suddenly all bets are off and it's just a fucking arms race. My 8 out of 10 is your 6 out of 10. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Dice Throne, thanks to their board games. Yeah, Dice Throne is good stuff. Dice Throne is my #1 recommended. You're looking for a card game in a box experience that's well balanced and fun. 10 out of 10, cannot recommend Dice Throne enough. Other board games. I think I have a post. Is this it or is this all of them? Oh, this is all of them, I think. I have a couple. I should put a recommended post together. One of those offhand. Also, just like, as always for the record, just in case it's not implied, like, if you enjoy playing Magic casually or other things like that, you can and should enjoy playing it casually. My lack of enjoyment in a particular thing should not detract from you enjoying something. Just offering up my lived experience with it. What if I crystal into MODOK and then we MODOK next turn? Crystal is kind of fun against Dracula. Giving them a swarm on the last turn is good into their Dracula too, but I kinda just want to like go for the big one. It's never lucky rubber ducky. Let's do this. I didn't play Colleen here because if I didn't kill the Dracula, I didn't want them to be able to I didn't want them to be able to well, a twist. A twist. I didn't want them to be able to Modoc the Swarm out of their hand. Alright, game on, friends. The plot, it thickens. Yes, Gambit only hits face-up guards. As an ex-Magic player, do you have a favorite board game that non-Magic players enjoy? So, one thing that I've talked about with my board game groups is my board game groups tend to have a mix of ex-Magic players and normies, and explicitly deck-building games tend to not be good choices when you're playing with mixed groups like that. So,
Victory.
this command here is, this command here is, and the command is kids games, but maybe I should change that. These are good, onboarding games. These are all games that my board game group likes because they're just good board games, but like we've been playing them with my boys since they were 5 years old. So like kids are capable of playing them. Look, Shiloh, thank you for the brand new prize. If you're looking for recommendations, all of these are great. Sweet Gers, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you re-upping. All right, we're on this screen. Let's look at some untapped stats, huh? I might do a couple more with discard. I want to see what their tier list and stuff is looking like here. Five-year-olds can play them, but what about Magic the Gathering players? So, those board games are even good for Magic the Gathering players because they were good for my 5-year-old because they did involve a lot of reading. So they're perfect selection for ex-Magic players because you don't really need to read well to play them appropriately. One last comment on the board game thing before we dive on into this. Something to be aware if you're a parent who's looking at board games to play with your younger kids is that there's a lot of board games that younger kids can play that say like 8+ or 10+ on the box. Because in a lot of places to put younger than 8 or 10 on a box, you have to go through extra testing and meet extra requirements like size of pieces due to choking hazard and stuff. So there's a lot of games that like younger kids are capable of playing if you know they're not going to chew on the pieces that don't say that on the box. All right, so my default filters here for the untapped tier list are player rank 80 to 99 and collection level 3000 plus. This tends to be the most competitive. And my thing to the person that just said a member of the second dinner staff sucks. Never attack specific people working on the team like that in any of my spaces. We are incredibly lucky to have people like Glenn and Brode and Steven that answer lots of very silly community questions with the detail that they answer them. They don't have to be doing that. They do it because they want to be doing that. And no single individual person at second dinner is responsible for everything. And honestly, I think Glenn takes a lot of really undeserved flack. And I'm super sympathetic to his position because I am someone who frequently has the things that I say on the internet taken in the least charitable manner possible and then twisted to try and make me out to be a bad guy. And I think that happens to Glenn a lot. People like read something he writes and interpret it in the least charitable manner possible and like ascribe tone or context to it that isn't there and then use it as an excuse to get mad. It's completely unreasonable. All right, what are we doing? So look at this. So 80 to 99. We have a smallish sample size, 54,000 games. We're building it back up since the latest batch. We have really fun deck number 1 here at the tippy top of the curve, Galactus. Talking about why this is what it is. You'll note here as we move down into the lower terms here. Bounce, you'll notice, is predictably the most popular deck post-patch because everybody got a kitty, and the bounce deck is the obvious place to play kitty. And as someone who's played an incredible amount of bounce, this archetype, almost regardless of how you construct it, is basically 0% against any average Galactus draw. So, Galactus has been popular for a little bit, but its high average cubes and above 50% win rate this season so far is almost assuredly related to the fact that the bounce deck gets absolutely shit-canned by it in a very polarizing manner. But adding Titania just is true with Galactus. The problem is that you can't, despite what Reddit and Twitter would have you believe, you can't really just add one card to your deck and beat Galactus. In my opinion, the best way the bounce deck can beat Galactus is actually don't construct it like this. So I think at a minimum, you want Korg in your build so you have extra disruption. The way this style of deck beats Galactus is by making their deck just not work. So hitting their key ramp cards with Iceman, Korging them so they're less likely to draw their ramp plus Galactus, that's your best avenue to win. You just need to do it and hope that they just can't function. Yeah, and honestly, I've moved my bounce deck away from playing Darkhawk. If you want to hedge Galactus with the bounce deck, playing Darkhawk still is probably correct because Black Widow's another disruptive piece. Korg, Iceman, and Black Widow are the 3 best disruptive cards for the bounce deck against Galactus. You just have to like hope that make it so you're not just hoping they don't have their pieces, you're making it less likely for them to have their pieces. Goose is okay. I could see Goose maybe being a fine tech card. I think Galactus plays around Goose quite frequently, though. All right, what else do we have going on in here? We have Patriot Lad. KM Best has been really, really high on this. I don't like it, America Chavez inside of this deck list. In fact, let's take a look. Just the more decks button. That's view deck. Where do I see? Is it view archetype now? I changed the interface here a little bit. Okay, so I have to click into here and then click find bounce decks. Oh, but then these are a little different. Reset my filters. Oh, my filters are being funky. We're looking at this, right? I might have to talk to them about some of their groupings here, because it looks like these groupings are including the Moon Girl She-Hulk stuff. And I think like if you asked me for my opinion, I think this deck is good, but I think this is a different deck from the non-Moon Girl She-Hulk decks. What do you think, chat? Do you agree with that? This is actually these 12 cards here are actually gonna be a highlight. Are gonna be a highlight on my YouTube channel here this weekend. I think these 12 cards are very good, but I think this Moon Girl She-Hulk build is a different deck from this like this Dark Hawk package especially. Yeah, Falcon. If it doesn't have Falcon in it, that's like kind of the defining thing in my mind is the bounce. The bounce deck is the Falcon deck. Oh, and this is actually interesting here. So digging in to some of the metrics here. So this is the most popular one that they had highlighted, but this build playing Darkhawk still is actually the highest average cubes here by a little bit. The sample size is smaller though. Where's the build I was playing? Oh, that's interesting. So this one with Chavez, this is the one I have been playing that we featured. The stats here are a bit lower than the one playing Chavez. Maybe the one with Chavez is better. Chavez felt kind of clunky, but maybe it's fine. Stats seem to imply that it's reasonable. Similar game sizes here on both of these. And so they're only one card different, right? It's like Korg for Chavez. All right, what else we got going on? So the Patriot Lad deck, I think this deck is very good and nice and linear. The one thing that stands out to me about this build that I think is really important is that it's playing Cosmo. Having access to Cosmo in a post-Enchantress buff world, even with her being scaled back to 5 power, I think you still need a way to protect your big path. And Cosmo does that well. It brings a smile to my cold, dead heart that this deck has given up Ultron. As someone who's been pretty staunchly anti-Ultron. Yeah, I think if you're looking like if I look at these top 4 decks here in particular, this is probably the build that has the best counterplay into Galactus. Ultron's extra bad with Iron Lad. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, this deck's got Debris as well as Cosmo, and technically Iron Lad into both of those things as Galactus counterplay. And Iron Lad is good with Mr. Sinister and Brood here. Maybe we should play some of this today. I'm gonna put this one in our deck editor. I've been meaning to do this one. I think there's a good chance that's the best. I think there's a real chance this is the best Iron Lad deck at the moment that we are aware of. Repeating the inclusion of Onslaught. I think it's fine, especially with Iron Lad. Having more big hits for Iron Lad to slam into seems very reasonable. We are stealing deck lists live on Twitch.tv. Someone asked about Sarah Surfer earlier. Captain Marvel, if you think she was supposed to be able to move and win the game, typically you're just misunderstanding something about the board state. Yeah, Surfer is just like literally the same 12 cards for forever. I think if I had a full collection here, I would probably swap Scorpion for Jeff in this archetype. But other than that, these 12 cards seem great. Or should I swap my Blue Marvel split? That's a good shout. When I have enough boosters to kick this up again, yeah, let's work on. We'll play this while we'll work on our next Blue Marvel split. I want an ink on this guy. Any other interesting things in here? The Stature is just the good card stuff deck. Honestly, the change to Wave, in addition to shaving a power off of each of these, appropriately brought this deck down, so it's just like fine, like middle top of the pack. That sounds good. Yeah, I have the game sounds disabled because I don't want them playing in my ear while I'm talking. I'll turn them back on when we go back to playing. What's the control deck look like? Okay, so I need to give more specific pointed feedback on this with the untapped people, but like, it's weird. It feels like there's some kind of grouping issue here, right? Because it says this grouping has a 0.23 cube rate, but the most popular one is less than half of that. That's gotta be wrong, right? Let's click through here and see what else is going on. Like what else is getting grouped in here? Oh, everything else is just a bunch of varying degrees of lower games, but they're all kind of close. Ooh, that's fun. Oh, is this deck busted? This is the build we posted, right? This is my kitty control deck. Sorry, mine. I minted the NFT, so I can say it's mine. This will be one we have a highlight coming up on here too, right? I think this is the one we played on stream the other day. That felt really good. Yeah, this core is great. If you're looking for a more controlling kitty shell, this sample is still smaller, but like we're getting up there. This is a solid fucking cube rate for almost 200 games. All right, what else do we got? That explains why the average here is so high. This one sucks shit, but the second best one is just like mad overperforming. Most of the rest of these suck shit. This one's okay. these two are like putting this entire category on their fucking back and carrying it across the finish line. Thanos control. Yeah, I think this core is still very good. The main problem with this deck is I think this deck's very good at winning games, but its issue is that it's so obvious when you're winning the game that it's so hard to get more than 2 cubes at a time with this deck. It's so hard to get more than 2 cubes at a time. I think this deck is good, and if you like playing Thanos, this is a fine deck to play, but just don't expect to win a lot of cubes with it. Electra Ramp. I am, at the risk of having to play against more copies of fucking Sandman, I think this archetype is a lot better than it's... Oh, wait. Actually, I lied. That actually surprised me. That's actually appropriately popular. This is the 3rd most popular deck. Fuck, it is. 4th by a small margin. Yeah. Yeah, this deck is very good into all the bounce decks are running around. For sure. What is Darkhawk? Darkhawk is just Devil Dino? Well, I'm like, this is another one, chat. I don't know what the right thing for them to do when automating this is, but like, when the category stats are drastically different than the most popular deck in that category, I feel like there's something wrong with that, right? And I don't know that I have a good solution to it offhand, but that's definitely something if you're clicking through here to be conscious of, right? Like you need to click in and expand these and see like, okay, what are the details? What does Nebula look like? Yeah, this is another one, right? Or like this category is the average cubes is much higher. Darkhawk fell off. Darkhawk's still real solid. This build's got good stats. The stature deck's a Darkhawk deck. It's got good stats. The discard deck's doing. This doesn't surprise me. I feel like this deck had like disproportionately good stats compared to how it felt every time I played it the last couple times I looked at it. So it does not surprise me to see this deck not performing well. Good old negative. 42% win rate cube even. Things you love to see. It. All right, and then the other thing here, you can we click into the stature to see the difference between the Patriot builds? Yeah, that's a good lad builds. That's a good question. Let's do that real quick, and then I want to talk about a couple other things. So This is a build playing Kitty. This build is not playing Kitty, but is playing Iron Lad. I don't think you want to play Iron Lad with Kitty. Those together is not good. But yeah, the Iron Lad build is a little bit less cubes of the tech card build, which doesn't surprise me. Cards like Shang-Chi and Enchantress offer a lot of cube equity. Oh, my 3000 plus filter got removed. Weird. Oh, weird. When I put it to 3000 plus, the non-tech card build goes to the top. That's interesting. Yeah, that's actually what I want to play with here. I want to play with some of the filters. So, like, one of the things that's interesting to see here is if I take this and let's look at just infinite players now. I am so sorry to those of you that are trying to climb the fucking ladder. I feel like I play against too much Galactus and it sucks at infinite. But the amount of Galactus post-infinite is actually half of the amount of Galactus between 80 and 99. It's half. Good golly. The bounce rate, the amount of people playing bounce goes up. Most of the cube rates go down because people just like stop snapping. What's the best Surfer deck? The Surfer, this is like, these 12 cards for Surfer has been like the thing for a while. All of those 5% are against me personally because it's all I see. It's 80 to 99 where the real sweat is. Yeah, let's compare here real quick. We can show some of these. So if we look at 70 is where it really starts to scale up a little bit, and then 80 and 90 is where it goes more. So Galactus is, let's start big. So if I look 30 to 99, Galactus is 9%. Then we go 50 to 99, 9.5%, 70 to 99, 10.1%, 80 to 99, 10.2%. Does it get better or worse at 90 to 99? Actually goes down a little bit, 90 to 99. In my experience looking at these, the 70 to 99 and 80 to 99 and 90 to 99 range, they all tend to be pretty close, anecdotally sampling things miscellaneously. How much Galactus under 60? That's a good question. So what's 30 to 60 look like? 8%, 30 to 60. Also, this is an interesting thing. Look at how high the average cube rates are, 30 to 59. Anybody want to put out in chat why the cube rates are so high, 30 to 59? Bots. There are way more bots between sub rank 80. Sub rank 70, there's probably even more too. But yeah, there's more. It's not even about player base size too. When people are lower rank, Second Dinner feeds them more bots to stroke their egos and make them feel like they're powerful. Check out the cube rates for Series 1 and 2. Oh, that's a good question. Oh, they're actually kind of low? Oh, there we go. Yeah, Pool 2. Look at these Pool 2 gamers, chat. Average 1 cube per game. Got him. Yeah, just for clarity's sake, because people always are a little confused when I talk about bots. Bots are not like your typical MMO bots. Players are running bots and farming them. The bots, when I talk about them in Marvel Snap, are bots that are run by Second Dinner that exist on the ladder to inject extra cubes into the cube economy to help people rank up, and so the cube system is further away from zero sum than it otherwise would be. Hey, thank you for the 5 months of Prime, Alberto. Yeah, parts of it is PvE, basically. All right, let's jump on into some games, huh? We're gonna play some of the. Let's play. We'll go back to the discard deck a little bit later with Crystal. I want to try this Patriot Line deck. A few players that I think are good Marvel Stat players have been talking about it. See how it feels in some games. That data, by the way, is publicly available on untapped.gg with their premium subscription. Shout out to them for hooking me up with it. Oh, by the way, I know people have been waiting for it. I don't think I've really plugged this today. Untapped has their tracker app on mobile now. So if you're someone that has a mobile app. They don't have an overlay deck tracker, but it will track your games and your stats and stuff and let you sync your collection and find decks that you have the cards for. So no overlay like this yet. That would probably be clunky on mobile anyways, but yeah, if you want to check it out. If you check it out using my link there in chat, it supports my content to do so. If you're someone that caught a block on Twitter and you reach out to me privately via Twitch, DM, or email and ask nicely, I will unblock you. Generally speaking, if you got blocked on Twitter, it means that you liked a post that was generating harassment in my mentions. And I ran a script that blocked everybody that liked that post. Because every time you tap like on something on Twitter, it's like giving it a megaphone and boosting it more. Hide our friends in the center. Nexus! Well, that's lovely. Is this a Brood into Marvel into Onslaught? I think I'm kind of into it. And we can Wasp into the Nexus here as well. Hey, Nor in the Weary, thanks for the third of a year. Did you see the ratios that impact for like, retweets, and comments? I did, yes. Liking a tweet gives it the most boost to those three, which actually kind of surprised me. Moj, thank you for the brand new tier 1 sub. Appreciate the support. And Booster Gold, thank you for the 5 months. Isn't Iron Man into Onslaught better? My opponent could be playing Magic on the Nexus here. When is the podcast? I don't have enough hours in the day to do a podcast, unfortunately. I stream 5 to 8 hours a day. I spend an hour doing stuff for YouTube, another half hour doing other miscellaneous stream-related things, and the rest of it is sleep and family time. It's a big in chat. I believe we have died. Would I have won if I would have Iron Man? I don't think so. If I Iron Man here, it would have been 0, and then each of these would be 2 less. I think the Iron Man was very similar. Alright, chat, be like Elsa, let it flow. I think Superflow is probably decent for us, so we're not going to debris next turn. We'll sit here and soak up the extra energy. Is Negative Iron Man the best card in Marvel Snap? I think it is, right? They played into the Superflow. Is this a bot? Could be Agatha. That's a good take. Oh my god, they're totally Agatha. That's awesome. Nope. Weird. Akito, thanks for the 5 months. Why do they give bots names? Why do they try and blend them in? Because the average person playing Marvel Snap that's not super plugged in and watching a lot of content doesn't know when they're playing against bots. And Second Dinner wants them to not know, so that way they feel good when they win. We might lose middle and right. Obviously, our number is huge on the left. Hey, Hellcat. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. Free-to-play token amount is somewhere between 5,000 and 8,000, depending on which bundles are available that month. For people asking me, what do you replace Iron Lad with? This deck has explicit deck building considerations to optimize the inclusion of Iron Lad. If you don't have Iron Lad, I'd recommend going back and looking at older Patriot builds from before Iron Lad existed. Did I buy Howard the Duck? I did! I buy every card when it releases. The Untap Tracker, Android only flowable. It is. Unfortunately, Apple thinks if you own their hardware, you are a little baby who needs to be protected from themselves and can't be responsible enough to have access to your own system files that a tracker needs to work. And in Apple's defense, for many of you, they're probably right. I work in IT, Apple is 100% correct. Yeah, mood. One of those Mystique or Cosmo games? That's an interesting question. I don't think so. I feel like I just want to fight over Baxter building here. I don't know if that's going to be enough to win the center here.
Systems go.
So far, this deck has not felt particularly impressive, chat. The numbers we are putting out have not felt consistently good. We like have one okay path, and then like our other ones just like a real medium. Yeah, it's felt clunky is a good word for it. It feels like I need more things to do early, and I just keep not having it. I just like don't have that many, right? It's like Mr. Sinister is our only card that costs less than 3, really. I like that Jeff projects into the microphone, but I feel sorry for his throat. I promise you, if the way in which I was speaking on stream was painful for me, I wouldn't be doing it for the number of hours a week that I do it. Tobias, thank you for the 38 months. Welcome back. This will come as a shock to many of you who have been around and have heard me sing plenty of bad show tunes and parodies, but I was a theater kid growing up. So my educational background includes being able to project from my diaphragm to fill a large theater. Medium theater, let's say medium-sized theater. For a 400 to 500 seat auditorium is what we used for a lot of the productions we did. Yeah, teacher has to project over a classroom as well, is also accurate. Thanks, Wilker. It's so weird. It will never not be eternally strange to me how card gamers will all line up to defend their TCG cards being too expensive. It's like, can't we just like all agree that this stuff should be cheaper? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
They're defending their investments. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it, honestly. That is basically what they're doing, is they're defending their investments. I'm scared of who this new person is in my life. Christy, I was wondering why lunch was taking so long to come back after Christy asked me what I wanted so long ago. She went out to eat with some of our friends, and my buddy Kip just brought my burrito down to me. I was like, that's not who I was expecting to bring this. Is Patriot, Mystique, Blue Marvel, Doom winnable? I don't know that he is. I'm part of the country drivers on. I am from the Midwest. I live in central Illinois, about 2 hours south of Chicago. Well, to be fair, Suchworth, I don't think it's really fair to compare people's luxury hobbies and saying we shouldn't be investing that money in other things. The part that always confuses me a little bit that I don't get about people's defending overpriced pieces of cardboard is it's like, it's fine to say like, I enjoy playing this TCG and I can afford to play it and I don't mind spending a giant pile of money to play it, while also being like, hey, the pricing on this is kind of silly and it probably shouldn't be this expensive. Like, I don't think those two things are mutually exclusive, right? Like, you could be like, hey, I like this game and I can afford it, but also like, it should be cheaper. To the person that I just banned for calling Chicago Chirac, fuck you. Chicago, like many cities that are run by Democrats, has a lower per capita murder and crime rate than many red states do. It just so happens that the raw numbers of crimes that happen where places actually fucking live tends to be higher. Your Chirac comment is a bullshit conservative talking point used to ignore and mislead people that don't understand fucking statistics. Oh, traffic in Chicago is a nightmare. The only place I've ever driven where traffic is less obnoxious than Chicago is New York. Never want to drive it either. I grew up driving in Chicago. Don't want to do it anymore. I've never heard that term before, and I live in the Chicago suburbs. As someone who grew up in a conservative household in the Chicago suburbs, that was far from the first time I've heard the term Chirac. Other hot takes from people stupid enough to use the phrase Chirac included, I really don't want this raise at work because it'll bump me up into the next tax bracket, which will mean I actually make less money than I do now. And to those of you at home who are now thinking, no, Jeff, there can't possibly be people that are that stupid in the world. There are, and they vote. Am I triggering Vorbeer here? I think I am. I'm a CPA, and I can confirm this is a widely held belief about tax brackets. Yep.
Assemble.
Dip there. What are my Iron Lad hits here? Most of my Iron Lad hits are great, right? Like, we just slammed this. This is Local Man about to hit Mystique. I don't know that our opponent thought through their sequencing here. Got him. I don't know that we were supposed to win this game, but now we might. Oopsie poopsie.
Victory.
So I think the way this lines up here, We're gonna go Broods into Patriot, into Mystique the Patriot, into Iron Man, into Onslaught.
I am Iron Man.
All right. This could be a play Cosmo here on the last turn angle too, depending on what they do. I'll play hard for the center. See how it goes.
Victory.
Oh, it was Zabu. I was like, what is that noise? It was Zabu. Yeah, they were trying to hit Wong. Wong must be one of their remaining cards. That's funny. Even if they had hit Wong would have won it, right? It would have been minus 36 here. No. Would have been minus 8 3 times. Minus 24. I still would have won, right? Yeah, we even win if they hit Wong here. Oh, I forgot the Onslaught double. You're right.
Escaped.
So, seeing how this game just played, I think I was actually wrong about this deck being okay against Galactus, because we're basically never going to have priority. I guess we have to just proactively debris on 3 is what we're supposed to do. I see Wolverine and I don't assume they're Destroy, I assume they're Galactus. But if you're not like proactively debrising on 3, like you're never going to have priority going into 4 because the deck just doesn't play anything early. I really just can't give you an informed take on whether or not you should be buying High Evolutionary or Galactus. The answer to that question is you need to wait and see where High Evolutionary ends up at. We did get news that High Evolutionary is only going to be a 4/4. So that could contribute to some things. So we'll see. We'll Bree here, see if I can clutter up their Falcon. Maybe I'm supposed to play her mid rather than hoping they don't play two things. Yeah, if I would have played her mid, we would have cut them off a draw this turn. What's your philosophical take on Glenn's can an unreleased card be nerfed? I don't know, actually. I feel like I would say no, it can't. Cosmo there, Angelo. I'm saving my tokens for High Evolutionary, but I'm waiting after Jeff Hoagland has played with it for a bit first. Smart. We're gonna probably do a long stream on Tuesday when it releases, so you should have a good feel for it by the end of the day. Well, if we can actually win this game is a problem. Like, we stopped them in the middle, but we just, like, don't have big numbers here. Do they playtest? Of course they playtest. In fact, their playtesting with High Evolutionary, they said is part of the reason why they changed how Wave works, because High Evolutionary's Abomination was a step too far in terms of how many cost reducers there were with Wave. Oh, again, it just feels like I don't have enough stats. Yeah, I mean, I guess Lad could hit Iron Man. I guess. Can we get it? We could also be losing the left tier, though. A Scorpion and auto-include in High Evolutionary decks. It's going to be an auto-include and Abomination High Evolutionary decks. But not necessarily every high Evo deck is an Abomination deck. Alright, is 14 enough to win the left? Skeptical. Whoa, they put Monkey into the vats. I'm so confused. I'm so confused they didn't play into the location that I was... I guess they were worried about Patriot? I guess if they would have gone Monkey Demon here, they'd be at 21, and then Patriot Mystique would have beaten them. So I guess that's fair. That's fair. I think philosophically the you can't nerf an unreleased card is a statement I agree with. Yeah, I think I've got it over this one, chap.
Escape.
It really does not feel like... Yes, I think that's a good take. This feels like an 8-cube bot deck. That's kind of how Patriot used to feel, right? Like, most of the games we were playing against human beings just didn't feel good. Oh. Oh, chat, I forgot I put this together in a fever dream. Do we do it? All right, let's play some Orca. So the basic idea here is if we wave Orca out on turn 4, we can Taskmaster for 16 power on turn 5. All right. Quite literally how we drew it up. Yes, Taskmaster doesn't take Orca's ability. Taskmaster just copies the 16 power. And then our new Inked Claw is even the perfect last straw here. Because we'll get to slide Claw into here, kicking us up to 22 in the middle.
Inevitable.
I am Iron Man.
Victory.
Oh no, we were muted. Stupid food. We've peaked, chat. We should probably just pack it in from here. There's only one direction to go from here, and it is not up. I don't want to put Lizard into Xandar because Xandar encourages them to stack all their stuff there.
Opponent snapped. Wakanda forever.
Sure. Sure.
Victory.
Someone asked, you ever think about asking people to clip games like that last one for a monthly highlights? Like, yeah, I've thought about doing that. It's another thing I should probably take time to do at some point. Bread Fan was playing a destroy deck last time we queued into them. We'll see if that's happening again. It's a great draw here, obviously.
Wind, aid my hand.
She sure is. She sure is. Oh, they were on discard, not destroy. My memory was failing me. What if I claw and then Magneto pull these out of here on the last turn? Or would I rather claw here and fight over the Dracula? The Dracula, if they Modoc this turn, it discards a 12 power Apocalypse, up to 12, and then this will get 16. I think this is better, actually. So if they, yeah, okay.
Victory.
Big fishing. Big fishing. All right, the old 3-0 start with the Orca deck deserves a we're cooking tweet. So hold on. Was it not logging until I start the next one? The whale won the flooding as expected. Oh, there we go. Okay. Love to put Nebula into the Savage Land. She was born for it. Green Goblin low-key has some synergy with Nebula too, doesn't he? Being able to fill her path up for yourself. Polaris combos too, yeah. So they're dead? Okay. I don't think they have anything that gets them out of here. Do you think any changes Snowguard in the near future? I feel like Snowguard is not a card they can fix via an OTA change, and she just needs a different text box, so no, I'd be pretty surprised if they change her anytime soon. I'm expecting Snowguard and Howard the Duck to go directly to Series 3 at some point. Because I would bet they are very much not popular. I think simply making Snowguard have busted stats at 1-3 is not an appropriate fix. I agree she would be playable as a 1-3, but that's not like a fix you want to see for a card like that, in my opinion. The Carnage here is why we didn't Green Goblin. Nebula. You know, the fact that Killmonger was in their range, maybe I shouldn't have played the wave here, and I should have just played Orca there. Green Goblin gives Venom a little bit of indigestion. Think they'll ever print a card that gives us choices from 2 to 3 outcomes? No. I think they very explicitly don't want people having to make choices when they play cards out. Their designs try and avoid that. Taskmaster's a great draw here. Kick up to 19 here in the vault. Yes, if you want to check out the Untapped Android app, grab it on my my affiliate link here. So they already played Killmonger, right? So they can't blow up this Nova. I think we just do this, right? Such a good little land shark. This does lose to Doctor Doom, I suppose. But I think we're beating most things here. I don't know that Doctor Doom is something I'm really playing around in this matchup. I think that's really in the output range of a destroy deck. I'm gonna play Nebula into the Forge to encourage them to, like, gum their hand up with a bunch of Sentinels. Fair. If you're in bot hell, do you still play bots at the start of the season? Yeah, that's how you see people that hit infinite really, really quickly at the start of the season. They just farm bots from 70 to 100. Do this and draw Orca or Magneto. Worst case, we get to claw early. Enchantress gonna be really solid here. Unless we get Spider-Man, of course. Doctor Doom, sure. So we get to disable the penalty on our... Wait, what? We get to disable the penalty on our Lizard and also turn off their Zabu here is nice. With the wave change, you expect Leader to see more play in priority heavy decks. Yeah, I think Leader's more playable with the wave change for sure. It's a good take, I agree with. We're dead here, unfortunately. Is it expected to be 1 month for the patch? Will introduce the series through mystery shop features. Yes. Once per month for patches.
Escape.
Yandu means Nebula is likely not long for this world. Killmonger is a card that generally accompanies us. Well, shit. Please blow up Sakaar base. Oh yeah, they might be Guardian Tribal. Oh my god, we won the priority coin flip here too. Deal. Beetle! Between Marvel Snap, Free Speechers, and Flesh and Blood Finance Bros, Twitter has been a wild place this week. And it's certainly something, that's for sure. Thank you for the quick maths, almost 6 years. And for the tier 3 and everything else you've done here over that time. Hope life's treating you all right. Peter Venkman, PhD, thanks for the 2 months. Unfortunately, no place here. I did decide that I hate myself enough to go back onto Twitter. The jury's still out on whether or not that was a poor or not decision. So if Captain Marvel jumps on the left, we're winning there if we leave Jeff in place, and then Orca's taking me to 22 in the middle. GG. Close. I don't think Killmonger's in their next output range. It's definitely not a card I'm playing around. And I almost moved Jeff too. Maybe I'm supposed to move Jeff, because if I move Jeff, we're 9-9 if Captain Marvel moves. So maybe it's just correct to do that. No, if you mute someone, it does not carry over. You have to remute them every game. It's real annoying. How close are we to the Jeff split? I think we're at like 25-ish boosters. And that'll be, when we eventually get there, it'll be my 4th split, so we have a chance at Inked. Or play Lizard out into Twitter here. Josh, thanks for the 4 months. Welcome back.
Enough said, bub.
I will settle for nothing less than gold with gold crackle for our boy Jeff. Yeah, we'll probably split Jeff a few times to get an ideal one. But I'll definitely be save boosters up before resplitting. How do you have the Beach Club Rewind bundle already? These were closed beta cosmetics that they're going to be rerunning as a bundle here soon. So a bunch of those bundles are ones that had already existed. puts me to 13. This puts them to 12. This would be losing middle. Could we be winning left? I don't think so. What does this do? This puts them to 5, and it puts us to 4, so not quite enough. I think we're dead, unfortunately. This puts me to 14 here. Puts them to, or puts me to 17, puts them to 12. There's like some worlds where this wins the game. Probably not living in one of them, but there are some.
Opponent snapped.
I was gonna give you 1 cube, don't get greedy.
Escaped.
I think Taskmaster's bad, but basically anything else here is good. I'd rather get Jeff back out than Nebula back out, so I'll play him first. The club.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh. Well. Can I do this just in case they fell? Obviously pretty solidly ahead here either way. Swish. Swish. Alright, well, our opponent gets to play a couple of 3-drops here. I'm gonna surf Orca and Onslaught Citadel, and we're gonna cross our fingers and clench our butt cheeks. They're definitely Surfer. They have 6 cards in their hand. I think they get to play their entire hand down almost. I guess we ice banned one of them, huh? Poor Orca. It's not nearly big enough. We tried, chat. We tried. Wow, that ended up being so close. Oh, Glenn, can we get one more point on Orca? If he'd have been 17, he would have been enough. Can I get a +6 on my Orca, anyone? Is that possible, Bueller? Just one more OTA. He's so close. Is there any way you can get that Sarah variant? Do you have a time machine? Unfortunately, when the bundle variants are passed, they are full FOMO, And they do not rerun them. They don't run them yet. Yeah, I'd be surprised if they ever did, if I'm being honest. All right, chat. Claw plus Orca, I believe. Do you believe, chat? Do you believe in Claw plus Orca? Don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. This Falcon's about to be brutal. Ah. Surf's up, friends. They always play with music. Yeah, music's a banger. Rip. Chasing of the white whale victory continues. It does. 22 is just not great. If we gotta assemble the green goblin with him is the thing. Green goblin plus claw plus orca is 25. That's gotta be enough. I don't think playing Shadow King as an attempt to target the bounce deck is a worthwhile thing to do, because if you want to beat the bounce deck, you should just play... what's it called? Sand Manor Wave. That was not the follow-up I was expecting to Ebony Maw. Respect. I would like to draw a green goblin here, please. Mr. Fantastic, not quite what I was going for, but we'll take it. Ebony Maw and Nidvaler is not great for them, but they're probably like a white tiger gamer here. So white tiger return earlier or something else here? Yep. might be a turn late. Let's see. Right on time. Right on time.
Wakanda forever!
This wins under most circumstances. This is 14, 22, 39. Their doom puts them to... I guess it doesn't win under most circumstances, huh? Does this win under most circumstances? This is 15, 20, 23. This is beating Doctor Doom. Well, I have priority. That's true. Yeah, okay. With a priority changes it, right? Well, no, I think we're still... I still can't do this, right, with priority? Because, like, if I grab, like, Wong and Ironheart, that's, like, 11 and 5 is 15. They go to 43. Yeah, I think we're supposed to Magneto here. If they stay to beat Doctor Doom. We'd lose to Odin, but I think Doom's more likely. Four Jeff boosters, love it. Ah, Nebula Kitty Pride. Rip. Rip. Hopefully this last location is Orca friendly. Pick up Taskmaster here, ideally, assuming this is an Orca-friendly location. Maybe if I'm hoping for an Orca-friendly location here, I shouldn't have played Jeff there, actually. It's probably the case.
This just in.
Okay, that is environmentally fish-friendly. I guess there's also some question of, am I supposed to wave this turn, or am I supposed to save it for the last turn? If I don't wave this turn, I just don't have anything else to do, but this might be wrong. That is an incredible level of punished. This might be we're punting the Baxter building angle. I'm like going Orca into Claw into Magneto with moving Jeff over. This is the play to win line, but If their hand is solid, they've got 7 cards, they bounce 3, making them cheaper. Assume they kind of run us over here. It might have been right to just save the wave for 5, honestly. Just like let my curve be bad. Wouldn't have gotten punished with the Widow's Bite either. I have some things to think about here, so. Oh my gosh, did we do it? Whoo! Got him. Okay, I have some news from my second dinner contact to share about some of these bundles we were talking about earlier. So, this bundle was shared on Twitter, and people were wondering what are these and how do they work. So this is directly from someone at Second Dinner. So this is how these are supposed to work. The first of these bundles is triggered when the player finishes the tutorial and lasts for 24 hours. So when they say new player, they mean someone brand spanking new to the game. And then you get a subsequent one of these that's similar with a different card 24 hours later. And there are a series of 7 of them that happen for your first 7 days playing Snap now. They've said they selected a wide variety of art styles and Series 3 cards that should be balanced in the Series 1-2 metagame. So they explicitly tried to avoid cards that would imbalance pool 1-2 matchmaking. But also, that implies that these players are still gonna be in pool 1-2 matchmaking, right? So, yeah, that's interesting. Also, the pricing here, there's been some screenshots. I don't know if this price is USD, but there are some screenshots going around of this being $10 as well. So I don't know if they're 15 USD or 10. I don't have a clarification on that. Maybe I should ask. But there's been screenshots of it going around for that. Yeah, and this get a ton more cards. That makes a lot more sense. Now, one thing to consider from this is if you get all of these bundles, like let's say you buy all 7 of these bundles for your first days playing Snap, right? That's how many credits? 1,500 times 7? 10,000 credits. So 10,500 credits divided by 50 is 210 collection levels, which means if you buy all of these right at the start, it's gonna propel you out of the pool 1-2 matchmaking very quickly, right? Like these are, there will be a very small window where you have like a couple of cards that other people in your matchmaking pool might not. It's very akin to the Pro Bundle, but with a card in addition to it, right? Because what's the, I think I can see the Pro Bundle in my thing as purchase. The Pro Bundle's like 10,000 credits or 12,000 credits for whatever, right? Yeah, for 100 it's 1250. So these bundles are actually significantly better in terms of your account progression than the pro bundle when people are starting. Yes, the early track gives you more credits too. So just the raw credits from these gives you over 200 levels, and then you get free levels on top of that. So if you buy all of these your first 7 days playing, it pushes you immediately out of Pool 1 matchmaking and practically through the end of Pool 2. So what this does is, it means anybody who's just starting out could immediately put themselves into Pool 3 within their first week playing, right? Like you buy the Pro Bundle and you buy all 7 of these and you're instantly up 600 or 700 collection levels. And you're like into playing the actual game. It's not noob bait, chat. This is if you're someone that's gonna spend money on the game, this is listen, for people that are like, this is shitty, I want to tell you what I had to do when I started playing Marvel Snap. I had to buy 8,000 fucking gold for 100 USD and turn it into 500 credits, 400 fucking gold at a time. As someone who spends money on the games that I play, I would have loved these bundles. To someone that said this is good for a new content creator looking to get into Snap, I think that's a great call out. Like, if you're someone that wants to get in and get playing, like, just for the sake of clarity, chat, if you're not looking to spend money on Snap, none of these bundles are a good deal. None of these bundles are a good deal. You're buying fucking pixels. But if you're in the market for buying fucking pixels like myself and many other people are, these bundles are significantly better than the previous options that we had. And I know that most people play these games are free to play, but there's a lot of us that aren't. And you tell the average card gamer coming in from another game, like, okay, this is the upfront price to get you into the thing. They'd be like, 170 bucks. All right, fine. That's like a card game price. The average price to buy into a brand new deck on Magic Arena that's a tiered deck is like 150 to 200 bucks. This is right in line with that. And again, I get that that's a lot of fucking money for some people. But there are other people who are spending this kind of money, and this gives them better options to spend it on. And if you're not someone that's spending money, fucking ignore it. It doesn't impact you. But this is good for this. And honestly, these bundles give medium-sized spenders. Like, this is the thing that gets me. When they posted this Pro Bundle, people were like, why are you asking me to spend $100? That's too much money. Give us smaller bundles. This is them doing that. This is them putting up smaller bundles. And people are still gonna fucking bitch about it because people are gonna bitch about anything. Like, yeah. If you weren't gonna spend money on the game, none of these things that cost money are for you and you should ignore them. But if you were gonna spend money on the game, this is a great pickup. That's great. That is a good early game economy improvement for people that are paying to play the game. Yeah, right? all of us pre-existing whales are like, why wasn't the whale bait this good when I was a small lad? I would have feasted upon these things and enjoyed every moment of it. One other insight I'm told I'm allowed to share, people saying they wish they could buy these even though they already have the card. They said they have some kind of back-end thing where having people buy those with cards they already have is having some kind of issue they need to work out in their system. So there might be something like that in the future that covers new players and older players, but for now they have a tech hurdle they need to get across. And that tech hurdle doesn't exist for people that are in the coming out of the tutorial because they're guaranteed not to have any Series 3 card yet. Yes! One of these, if one of those bundles has Mystique, that's the number one. Mystique and Hood would be two fantastic cards to have in there. That would be excellent. Mystique and Hood would be phenomenal early game cards to give players access to. Big agree. Okay, I think we're just wave into Orca into Taskmaster, right? My second dinner contact is saying all of the bundles have cards in them, Shook. And they are a list of cards that were hand selected to make sure they don't cause too many issues while people are getting through Series 1 and 2. Unfit Parrot, thank you for re-upping that Prime. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Holy fuck, never lucky rubber ducky. What a colossally bad beat there. Not only did we get a 2-drop when we had 2 5s and a 6, and a 3 that could have filled their spot. Like, we hit actually one of the 2 bad cards out of 6 in our hand, and they got fucking arrow to wreck our Orca. For $170, I could buy the lands for a Modern deck, but just the lands. Honestly, it's impressive that a mana base for Modern only costs $170 now. That's much cheaper than it was when I was coming up. Verdant Catacombs is a $20 card. That's so affordable. Listen, I spent the last 12 hours having TCG stands tell me how $200 is affordable and reasonable. A $20 Verdant Catacombs is a fucking steal. Oh my god, that's the fucking biggest brain play I've ever heard of. We need to Goblet into somewhere on 4, and then Taskmaster the Goblet into Bar with no name on 5. Giga Chad move, yep. Yes, it will be -4. I assume one of these is Mysterium. They are taking the day off. No, I just started a little bit late this morning. I lost track of time. Oh, okay, this is a little sketch now, though, because if they have Beast for the right, my Green Goblin goes away. And then I don't have anything to copy. No Beast, one-time dealer. The fact they played Monkey out makes me think we might be getting beasted. Yeah, I missed a priority coin flip by 1. They're up 7, we're up 6. Oh, they're the Sarah deck, though. They're the Sarah deck. We could be getting Wanded here. Could be getting Wanded here. You can tell they had it because they emoted like a tool. Immortal, thank you for the over 5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, chat. We're not done for the day, but I do need to run to the restroom. I'm gonna hit an ad roll because I'm stepping away from the computer anyways. As always, you're never gonna miss any gameplay when I do press the button. BRB like 2 minutes. All right, sorry about that. Thanks to everybody that hung out through the break. It's time to stand up, huh? Stretch your legs out. Let's play 1 or 2 more with this, then we'll kick along to something else. We'll play some more Crystal this card. I drink a solid amount while I'm streaming. Usually go through like 32 ounces of water in 4 or 5 hours. Oh, well, this is great. I get to go Wave into Orca, into Taskmaster, my Orca on the cloning vats and have a copy of it. Time to take, I drink a solid amount while streaming out of context. I mean, have you read Twitch chat? You should understand. What is that in milliliters? About 1,000 milliliters. 8 ounces is a little bit less than 250. Just Enchantress, right? And then we're beating Modok. I wonder if they forgot that Dracula was gonna get pulled. We were winning either way. Alright, let's play a little bit more Crystal Discard. And we'll check out some more Shuri Kitty as well. I don't know if I like Crystal inside of the discard deck or not yet. I don't know why I can scroll past my things. We're trying her in the slot where I usually have what's his name? I've not gotten to Kitty Craven yet. It's on the to-do list. I wanna work on Crystal Negative at some point too. There's a lot of good decks I want to try out. It's a good problem to have. Is Crystal a card now? We don't know the answer to that question. Something that gamers need to figure out. We did try Crystal and Ronin Dino, and Ronin Dino just isn't a good deck is the problem. I don't know that that's necessarily a Crystal problem, so much as it's just that deck's not good problem. Deck stats. A very common misconception among people that are not familiar with statistics is the idea that having a small amount of bad stats is better than having no stats. So you'll note that I don't put stats on my overlay for any of the decks that I play, and that's pretty intentional. The reason for that is because I'm not playing any deck nearly enough to justify having a statistically significant sample size, and it's misleading to put insignificant sample sizes on my overlay to lead people to bad conclusions. It makes people think decks that are bad, that are having a good run, are better than they are, and it makes people think decks that are potentially very good but having a bad day are worse than they are. My favorite thing to point to since Untapped was added is that Untapped has a message on their site that tells you small sample size for anything that has less than 200 games played, and an individual is never playing that many games. It's just not possible. Any sort of long-term tracking for stats myself? No, I change decks every 60 to 90 minutes typically. I'm basically never playing a deck for a statistically meaningful amount. Do I consider a valid sample size? I mean, for more fully data-driven things, ideally in the thousands. You need to mitigate a lot of different things. Yeah, I think looking at general untapped stats, where you have hundreds or thousands of games in your sample, is good and meaningful. My individual stats are not on my overlay because they are neither of those things. Do the win rates not to destabilize relatively quickly? Well, that's another thing that kind of indicates inexperience with what's going on with snap stuff, right? Like, why do I give a shit about win rate? Win rate's not even a metric that matters in Marvel Stat. It's all about the cubes, baby. And then here's the other thing about cube rate. Cube rate is what accurately describes what a deck is good or bad. I talk all the time about how I don't snap and I don't retreat when I should because we're infinite and the cubes don't matter. And in some cases, I'm even actively trying to keep my cube count low to avoid bot hell. So that's another thing that if you even if I was generating a statistically significant sample size, when you know the details of the choices that I'm making while I'm playing, you're like, oh, even if Jeff was playing 200 games with these decks, it's still not good data because of the way he's forced to play. The devil is in those details when you're trying to come to good conclusions based off of information. And that's another thing too that makes, when you're looking at the stuff on Untapped, even more important. The things that you're thinking about when you're looking at Untapped really have to be like, oh, we need a bigger sample size here because you need to balance out that different people snap in different ways, right? Yes, that's also true. Even if I was trying to snap and retreat appropriately post-infinite, a lot of my opponents aren't because they don't give a shit, the same reason I don't give a shit now, right? Whenever this topic in discussion comes up, I almost can't blame streamers that put their stats on their overlay because, like, so many people are just like, why aren't the stats there? That it's annoying to explain it all the time, but it's one of those things that the math professor in me just doesn't let I just can't do it, chat. The math professor would be incredibly fucking disappointed if I was just like, okay, we're just gonna let this ride. Whiskey, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. The Orca deck started 3-0, exactly. Where'd the Orca deck finish, speaking of statistically insignificant sample sizes? It started 4-0, actually, and we finished 8-7. Right about 500. Sounds right. Reality, not disappointing. That's nice. Get it. Mr. One, thank you for the over 3 years. Welcome back. Yeah, I feel like my overlay here is a pretty good use of my screen space too. I can like put stats inside of my camera box, I guess, but it would feel cluttered, I think. Close game.
Victory.
Well, they've said that they intend to have an infinite leaderboard coming soon, which would potentially encourage some people to snap and retreat more appropriately to move up an arbitrary board. Yeah, that's also true too, Squatch. Untapped stats just log retreats as losses, when really they're not. Colleen? Rip. I kind of assumed infinite only pairing was going to come with the leaderboard. I think they jumped the gun on that. I think part of the reason why they pushed out the infinite to infinite only matchmaking before the reason why they pushed that out before the leaderboard was ready was because they know that their matchmaking was awkward for a lot of people in infinite. And like here, right, talking about stats, like we just retreat Weird World games, so I don't enjoy playing them. I retreat to Galactus players, I retreat to Weird World, like, those skew all the numbers too. Hey Vaughn, thanks for the quarter of a year, welcome back. I definitely agree that their matchmaking algorithm needs further tuning, and I think they know that too. I don't know how soon it's coming, but it's definitely an iterative process they need to work on. What do you think about recording stats like +1 cube, +2 cubes, etc.? I mean, I think it's interesting if you're trying to log how quickly you climb in a given session, but otherwise, again, just like small sample size, not really anything I could do with that data that's meaningful from a statistics perspective. Yeah, I agree with that, Jules. I really hope global matchmaking is a priority. I think it would solve a lot of the problems the game has on the matchmaking perspective. The Savage Lands is pretty good. Yikes. Morbius is the opposite of a yikes, though. And Crystal will help us draw into Apocalypse and Swarm before we Modockerson. Nice. Nice.
Spider-Man here.
I will play center. Got me. Crystals felt okay in this deck. We definitely are super interested in having Modoc, Helicarrier, Apocalypse, and Swarm all by turn 5. And she helps make that happen more consistently. This is going to give Collector +6 on the left, which is going to give +10 to the Morbius, and then the Modoc is 7. Really? We Professor X'd my Morbius path? It's a bold strategy, Cotton. They could have Claw or Blue Marvel. But I think Apocalypse Swarm beats both of those, right? All right. Would Chavez be better than Gambit or other cards? So, I think if you wanted to replace something with another card that added consistency, I was playing Kang over Chavez in this deck. And I think Kang is better than Chavez. Kang helps you be more consistent on turns 4, 5, and 6. Most notably, this deck often is in a position where drawing Modok, Apocalypse, or Helicarrier is still good on turn 6. So Chavez cutting you off from drawing those cards the last turn of the game is not great. Holy crap. Someone just posted on Twitter that they have 26 Shuri splits with no ink. I'm done. I'm done ever complaining about my split variants. That's it. They're out there, chat. They are way unluckier than the rest of us. How unlucky is that? I gotta math now. That's it's 0.9 raised to the... You have 22 chances at inked there. That's actually a 10% chance of happening. Is that right, my math? Yeah, 0.9. Yeah, it's actually not that unlikely. Yeah, 9.8% chance of happening. Here's the person's Twitter. If you want to commiserate with them, we'll give them a like. Doesn't the probability change after each split because you can't get the same split twice? Yes, it does, but also no. Like, there's so many different split combinations that while not being able to get the exact same one twice technically increases your odds, it's not increasing your odds by enough to be worth calculating. So like, yeah, it's slightly less unlucky than 9.8%, but also 9.8% is just like close enough. Gamers, game it over here. My first 3 fourth splits were all inked. Burn the Witch. So this will be +8 to Morbius and Mystique, and it'll be +4 on the Collector. Then we'll either get to play a 12-power Apocalypse or cards from the Helicarrier. Every month I climb out of lurk mode to resubscribe. Cowboys Quiz, I think I missed that one. If you're still here, thanks for lurking. Apologies. Die to a Heimdall, chat. I think we're about to die to a Heimdall, chat. Did we juke him? Did we juke him? This is a Heimdall, we got it. It's Chavez and we still got it. Get out of here.
Victory.
Is being 10 for 13 on first ink splits above average? Yes, it's 10%. 10%, chat. think the move archetype will be powerful one day. I think if the June cards don't make the move archetype powerful, nothing will other than buffs. There's a lot of banger move cards coming in June if you haven't seen them. Awesome. What do you think my next inked card will be? Hopefully Jeff the Baby Land Shark. He's the card I want a good split on the most. What makes you think Silk will be good? I just don't see it. 5 stats for 2 energy is great. Very much above rate. Oh, speaking of above rate. Oh, I only get 2 from the Helicarrier, Sedge. Oh, this is kind of fun. Pretty sure Silk can be forced into unplayable locations like Flooded and Sanctum. Yeah, that's my reading of her card as well. But 25% chance to lose left with this. We'll tie left if the Swarm dies. Because the Forge will make 2 here, so this will go to 11. So even if the Swarm blows up, we go to a breaker here. Bounce movement with 2099 will be fun. So, I think 2099 will remember which locations he's blown stuff up at between going back and forth to your hand, would be my understanding of it. Cards in Marvel Snap track those types of things through zones. So, at most, 2099 is going to blow up 3 things. If you're someone trying to climb with this deck, and I think it's a fine deck to be trying to do that with, these are the types of opening hands you're generally looking to snap. Having Morbius, Mystique, and Collector all early are our best cards to really get going. Put a lot of stats into play very quickly. Now, 29 can only blow up 1 thing. Yeah, I could see the interpretation of its text being read like that. My assumption is that it's going to... My assumption is that you'll be able to, you'll be able to kill 1 thing at each location. Maybe I was supposed to put MODOK in the middle. Why are you cutting Crystal from this deck? You're not a believer? If you're cutting Crystal, you probably want to play Agent Coulson or Kang is the card I played previously in that slot. You very explicitly don't want to put in other 1 or 2 cost cards if you're trying to replace Crystal here because they interfere with Colleen Wing being able to hit Swarm consistently in the mid game. Any of the spoilers look like they will help the Kraven deck? I mean, there's a bunch of move stuff coming up. I want to try Kitty in that deck still too. Might do that today. Play a few more with this. All right, 2/3 to this had this be a good decision. Hit me, dealer. Rip. He tried, Jet. He tried. Alright, want to draw a Helicarrier or Apocalypse next turn? So we can ditch those with Lady Sif. Yeah, we're working on our Gambit trading, chat. So it looks like he has a gold background here, but that's actually just the default art. It's a fool's gold background. He's doing his best with what he can. Yeah, Gambit is 100% in this deck because he's good with Wong. Sometimes you win games with this deck going Wong into Mystique on Wong into Gambit, like shoot down their board. Surprise! We're a holodeck! I actually just leave these in my hand because MODOK's gonna discard them, right? It is a Helicarrier, chat. Got me. Next! That's the good stuff right there. All right, let's give this a try and see how Kitty feels in the Graven deck. gonna try and do the Star-Lord mission. Maybe someday. Yes, I cut Vision for Kitty. Because Vision's typically a turn 5 play. And if you have Kitty going, you can't Vision on 5. We be bouncing, we be bouncing. Getting waved. Jubilee, okay. That's a pretty good one.
In range.
Huh, yeah, and I guess the way this lines up. Am I supposed to just 5-drop this turn? What if I, like, move this? And then the plan is, like, Stegron plus... I really don't want to Stegron on the last turn. I guess if I'm doing this, I don't need to move Nightcrawler yet. This is why I'm unsure if Kitty belongs in this deck. Because do you see how, like, my curve is awkward here? Because, like, the original deck, Miles was, like, fitting into your curve with your 5-drops. And with Kitty, too, I can't fit both of them in, which is causing Miles to be awkward. And you go down on ranks after each infinite. You cannot. Not until the new season starts. Can't do. Yeah, we're obviously getting hazmated here, among other things. And the Luke Cage stops Jotunheim. Some permutations where this wins, but we're probably not living in one. Yeah. Stinky movement. Thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. Appropriate username while we're playing this deck. Alas, our Enchantress was not ideally timed. This is one of those games where if we're playing in battle mode, we will never lose this game because we know what's coming, but without knowing exactly what they were doing, we didn't know that Enchantress was so valuable. There were some low numbers there. Get another box. 50 credits, sure. We take those. We take those. I like skipping playing Nightcrawler on one when I have Angela, because we'll play Nightcrawler to the Angela path to get her an extra trigger. That for Kitty would be ideal draws here. Pre-recorded, etc., etc. Although Avengers Compound will cause us to miss getting a double up here. Deal. I think we came out ahead on this one. You crave it on the right, actually. Is there a world where Crystal replaces magic and negative? Yeah, possibly. You probably want to test doing both, but yeah, definitely possible. Yeah, like, this is kind of an ideal Kitty game with Lab and Angela. I guess Avengers Compound chokes us up a little bit, but she really just does not. The curve of this deck was already so tight. I don't know. Yeah. Be Doctor Doom at least. Probably a Magneto. The move always happens after the play. The ordering on these doesn't matter. Kitsune. Oh, Doom got Sokovia. Yeah, good show. I'll play a handful more with this, but I think I'm off Kitty in this shell. Why Polaris there? What was I supposed to do instead? I guess if I just play anything else we win, we play 5-drop there? Sure. I wanted to trigger Kraven, but I added 4. I added 2 to my side and added 4 to theirs. So yeah, it was bad. Kitty was 6 as well. Well, Kitty does get to own Nebula. Yes, there is supposed to be a typo in the deck title. I guess if if I want Kitty to work in this deck, I probably have to reimagine how I think about our curve, right? Maybe it involves cutting one of these 5-drops. And maybe playing another 4. Like, maybe instead of Gamora, we play Shang-Chi. I could see that being a real thing. That way we can, like, Miles and Kitty on 6, along with the 4-drop. There aren't any big 4s that are good stat sticks we can really play on 6, though, right? Like, Drax is kind of medium. Yeah, those are the two directions. It's like, you're either, like, replacing Miles with her, or you're either replacing Miles with her, or you're playing for more 4-drops. I think on average, like, Kitty's obviously better than Miles if we have her on 1. But I think if I'm only playing one of these two, I'd rather have Miles here. I think this wins the right. Bye, bud. I think like this is probably what I want to be aiming for some of the time. I don't know that I need to get rid of both of these 5s, but I think cutting A5 for Kitty was the right direction. And if I want to test Kitty in here, I need to go further in that direction. Is it Gamora out, Arrow out, or both? I think it's Arrow out. Yeah, I think I lack raw stats without Gamora. Although Kitty is stats, and I'm fitting in Shang-Chi. So like we can kind of make up for the stats by like chopping theirs down. Cause this is the 4-drop I want. I like the utility Arrow has to offer, especially in a post-wave world. Let's try this. You can always swap them out. Extension do I use? That is the Untap Tracker, freshly released for Android as well. So that mostly plays on mobile. You've been waiting to get access to the Android tracker. Untap will be able to log your games there as well. Is Jeff worth 6 out? I think Jeff is the best non-permanently Series 5 card you can buy. There will never be a tracker that works on iOS. iOS does not give you access to the types of things you need access to on your device in order for a tracker to work. With the addition of these 4s, should we try Zabu over Lizard? I could see that. Yeah, reasonable take. If you're looking for decks from earlier in the stream, this should be a link to my Untap profile for you. Sabertooth Gaming. Yeah, it makes me wonder if we're getting Galactus. We're not. Thank goodness. Carnage is just outside of Shang-Chi range. We'll stagger on them out of Ninvalar, I think. And the next turn we have Kitty, Miles, and Shang-Chi. Oh, wow. Okay. That kind of surprises me if they just locked themselves. Oh, I guess New York is happening, so they're not locked in there, technically. We just do this. We just do this. This is again kind of just lining up exactly how we wanted to. Kitty +1 drop, +4 drop on the last turn. Any reactions? Datamine cards coming soon. Yeah, I'll have a video reviewing the June cards when we get closer to June. The last video doing Datamine stuff didn't perform as well because I think I did it too far out. Opponent made a legal play. Yes, that is a apt summary. Four high Evo. It is less clear if he is a format staple or not. I'll have a video up Monday afternoon covering high evolutionary decks that I'm looking to try when he releases Monday night, and then I'll be playing him all day on Tuesday. Here on stream. I'll probably do a long stream on Tuesday, playing all high evolutionary. Sabretooth needs a rework. I agree. I think Sabretooth should probably be like a 2-3 with the Wolverine claws. He gets bigger every time you blow him up. Like 2-3 +1 every time he dies. Will there ever be more non-ability cards for high evolutionary? I assume the answer to that is no. Devs have said no directly. Yeah. Ugh! I wanted so bad, chat. I think this is my favorite Kitty Pride variant. We're now on the prowl for her in my shop. Is MODOK worth 3K if I don't have Colleen Wing? No, I think Colleen Wing's really important in every MODOK deck. I think MODOK's fun and discards the playable archetype, but you need Colleen Wing. Does anyone here play Snap on a folding phone like a Samsung? Occasionally. Sometimes. We'll swat something away here and then Kitty Pride, and then we're set up for 4-1-1 again. Do you have any base cards that are not Infinity Split at least once? A couple, yeah. Mostly newer cards. And some things like Quicksilver. Hey, Mongiex. I don't. It says 10 minutes ago, but I don't remember saying your name. Sorry about that. Thanks for the Prime. Nah, I didn't really like Breath of the Wild, so I didn't bother trying the new one. Everybody I've talked to, has said if you didn't like Breath of the Wild, you won't like Tears, so I'm just pretending Tears doesn't exist. I don't think I can ever go back to a non-folding phone. I've had it since like September or October, and it's just such a huge QOL in terms of what you're doing. Damn it, Stegron! You had 3 fucking good options. This is what I get. Fuck, Stegron, you had 1 job. I think this one's the game. Could go either way. New York makes things fucky as always. Maybe I'm supposed to play Kitty Left and Mile Center. How do phone cases and stuff work? So there's I spent a lot of time researching cases. I ended up getting this one from a company called Spigen, S-P-I-G-E-N, that works pretty well. There's like a hinge on the case that goes over the hinge on the phone. A lot of the cheaper ones don't have hinges, and then there's like bumpers that like tape onto the sides of it, basically. But it hasn't come off. I've had the case on for like since a week after I bought it. I think Genshin's a better PC/PlayStation game than mobile game. I play a little bit of Genshin on my phone, but not a ton. I mostly play Genshin on my PS5. There are some people that are super into playing like APM based games on their phone. It's just not quite me. I've been playing Star Rail on my phone. Star Rail is a solid phone game being turn based. That is a solid first location for us with Angela in hand. Love it. Poseidon, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. I'm going to be honest. I've never had anything less than like a flagship high-end smartphone, and I literally just never look at how much space games take because my device just always has capacity. I don't take a lot of pictures or videos, so just copious amounts of storage space. With Kitty in hand, do you play Angela turn 2 or turn 3? So, if I have a 2-drop in my hand with Kitty and Angela, I've been playing Angela on 2 and then Kitty 2-drop on 3. But if I don't have a 2-drop to go with the Kitty on 3, I play Kitty on 2 and then Angela Kitty on 3. Has been my heuristic so far, but I don't know if that's a good one or not. That's been my loose rule of thumb, how I've been sequencing in these decks. That's a lot of fucking cards. This is Mysterio? Yeah, that makes sense. They want the altar energy. All right, us having priority here is great because it means we can yank a friend into the Avengers compound here. Really restrict their space. Would you rather get Galactus or High Evolutionary from the token shop? Important corollary question before I can answer that one. Do you enjoy eating boogers? Dennis the Lamp, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate that. Listen, chat, everybody acts like the do you enjoy eating boogers is me being offensive to people. Some people really enjoy eating boogers. That's their prerogative. Some people really enjoy playing Galactus. Also their prerogative. Freedom in pursuit of happiness, let him eat. Exactly. I think... I'm gonna make up a statistic. I would bet 4 out of every 5 people that buy Galactus have incredible amounts of buyer's remorse afterwards because they buy the card and they realize the play patterns are really fucking boring and not something that they like. Or Lordy, thank you for the almost 2.5 years. And obviously, the idea of fun is super subjective and different people like different things. But I would wager a large chunk of people picking up Galactus will play it a couple of times and then never touch it again. It's a very specific, very linear, very straightforward play pattern, and the games do not have a lot of variety in them. All right, Chang, knock him down. This has been a good session with this deck at the end of the stream. Like, coming to the conclusions that we, like, needed less 5-drops, it's felt pretty good. Honestly, we have yet to play Arrow in any of the games that we've played so far. I'm gonna leave her in for the time being, but it could just be that I want the top of the curve in this deck to be 4 if we're playing both Kitty and Miles. Just, like, want another 4-drop in there. I don't know. See, so people are saying we need Zabu. Again, let's think about how does this deck play, right? What is Zabu doing for me on turn 6? Nothing, right? It doesn't, I play 3 energy and 2 1s and I have 1 left over. I'm almost never playing Zabu on turn 2 because I'm playing Kitty out. And the games where I'm not playing Kitty, I'd probably rather play Angela or Kraven. And it's not like accelerating into Enchantress or Shang-Chi or even Stegron is that good, right? So I don't think it's a Zabu deck when you think about, okay, how are these things playing out? Oh, punished for not playing the Nightcrawler. You know, they'll re-release older bundles. They've not said so far. With Nightcrawler in hand, I'm just playing Angela out this turn. Why do you always draw Kitty on turn 1? Why do you think I play video games for my job? It's because I always draw Kitty on 1. It's a skill diff. The season pass variants have become available again. So closed beta season pass variants or announced are getting reruns here soon. As for non-beta season pass variants, no communication so far. Okay, so they have 5 energy this turn. I think we're supposed to play Polaris right to hedge them trying to cheese us with Professor X. Oh, I shouldn't have moved Craven. Yikes. I should have moved Nightcrawler, because now I won't be able to Miles later. Awkward. That's fine, we'll just arrow this turn, but I made a mistake. You know who could be good in this slot talking about 4s? Spider-Man could be an okay 4. Nice wave. Yeah, I was just thinking Spider-Man could be good. Because, like, you could Spider-Man plus Kitty on 5. And replacing Arrow with Spider-Man is a card that's good against Galactus for another card that's good against Galactus. So it kind of covers that same matchup. What should the thought process be around the placement of cards? I mean, it depends on what you're playing into. A lot of the decisions in Marvel Snap that you're making come down to what is the output range of the deck that you're playing against, and then which of the cards that your opponent is likely to be playing can you play around. Like that last game, I was like, oh, they have 5 energy on turn 4. They're a deck that likely plays Professor X. I can play around Professor X by playing Polaris to the right. Shy so far today. Nice of him to show up. This deck could maybe play Silk instead of Lizard. Yeah, I could see Silk instead of Lizard being good. This deck's a pretty good Lizard deck, though, because both Stegron and Enchantress help Lizard. Sure. I'm gonna get rid of the Zabu and then spin a random here. And remember, they're not locked on the left. They have Nightcrawler that can move. There are 5 cards in my deck, so what's it called, is 10. I guess there's a chance this is a rock. Hello? I believe, chat. Stegron's gonna pop out and win the game here. Oh, yikes. I was expecting a Dark Hawk. Rip. Yeah, Shang is not good in this matchup. It's very possible that instead of Enchantressing here last turn, I should have Spider-Man'd the X-Mansion to kind of tee up winning timeline in X-Mansion. They also had Jeff and Nightcrawler, though, so they could, like, sneak over to the right. Spider-Man notably not very good in that particular matchup. Our tech card's also pretty bad there as well, so likely just not a match that's good for us. I mean, Jeff and Stature are both pretty good cards, Kitsune. With the newly announced, we're keeping things arbitrarily long in higher series, who knows when they're going to be cheaper. Why didn't Lockjaw cycle Enchantress? Because Lockjaw was OTA'd or patched. It was changed to only cycle your first card each turn. What was that? That was a little bit ago, actually. We talked about this earlier, Azazel. Think about the turns of the game when I would normally, or sorry, not Azazel. The person asking about Zabu. Think about the turns of the game when I'm playing my 4-drops out and what other cards Zabu would be helpful with. Zabu doesn't really fit into anywhere on our curve early on. It doesn't really help us meaningfully in the late game in terms of energy efficiency. Got the kitty variant in your shop. Lucky. Lucky. Deck building course. It's not an easy topic. Lot that goes into it. Yeah, Egg Stature is a fine pickup. Hey, Dino. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. I think Zabu is balanced. Yeah, definitely. Is Jeff going to be a big bad to stay permanent Series 5? I mean, if their plan is to make it so good cards stay Series 5 longer, I have to imagine Jeff's going to be Series 5 for a really fucking long time. But obviously, we just don't know. There's no precedent here. Yeah, they did technically say there won't be permanent series 4 cards, but you know, they didn't give us a time limit either on how long some things could stay. Jeff's secretly an MCU big bad, exactly. He's coming for you. Opponent trying to figure out how much they're supposed to play out this turn versus the last turn, because Elysium probably makes most of their hand close to free. Did I mean the Shark or Hoagland? I'm not a big bad of the MCU. I'm only a big bad of the Twitter sphere. All right, Polaris here locks them into how many stats in the middle? We'll love a little one here. Perfect. Thoughts on buying Twitter Blue? I assume that's a troll comment. We'll comment it on it anyways. If I had $8 to donate every month or to throw in a garbage can, I'd put it to a lot better use than sending it to a billionaire. Billionaire alt-right dickhead at that. White supremacist, whatever you want to call it. Dino Con V, thanks for the brand new Prime. I think the people saying Twitter Blue gives you additional useful features, you should really look at the list of features it's supposedly giving you. It's not a great look. I guess I'm just enchantressing here to flip this up and see what they do. I was going to Kitty Crawler, but Dream Dimension means that. That doesn't really work for me. The fact that Twitter Blue doesn't even give you ad-free viewing on the platform is, like, baffling to me. So, next turn, I'm gonna like Stegron, Miles plus Kitty. That's all my energy spoken for, so there's really no reason to play Miles this turn, even though I have the energy. Oliver the Curly, thank you for the brand new Prime. Are we getting She-Hulk Infidotted? I think I might be getting She-Hulk Infidotted. They did nothing on 5 after Psylocking. Oh, I forgot Miles was gonna pull right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's fine. We were dead anyways. Oops. Yeah, obviously I should have played Kitty here. Mistakes were made. I think the top decks are currently... Oh, Galactus. This is unfortunately the answer at the moment. Oh my god. Beauteous. Just beauteous. My favorite location. Bar Sinister and Sinister London are my two favorites. Cloning Vance is number 3 for me. Someone go calculate the odds, please. Let me know what they are. I need to know. Low, yeah. I can't decide if I'm saving this for the last turn or not. Am I just like playing Stegron? I think we're definitely playing Spider-Man on 5. So the question is like, what am I doing with my resources this turn? I think it's kicking this to somewhere else because Angela probably has this on lock without the help of this. Oh no! What if they wipe the abilities off of my lizard, chat? How will we win the game then? King Doc! Thank you for the 30 months. Welcome back. Is Thanos lockdown good against Galactus? Yes, the Thanos control deck is very good against Galactus. The only downside to the Thanos control deck is that the Thanos control deck has very low cube equity, meaning you very rarely win more than 2 to 4 cubes with it. Does Kitty bounce to hand before or after the leech trigger? I actually don't know the answer to that question, but it also shouldn't matter. Because even if she has no abilities, she keeps her stat line. Leech doesn't reset bonuses. Roughly 0.01% to get the same through. Is that true? How many 3s are there? There's 46 3-cost cards. Okay. It's 1 in 46 then? Math and stuff. I think Korg is better than Chavez. I don't think that deck wants to play Moon Girl. Is Jeff the best card released the last month? It's either Jeff or it's Kitty, one of the two. They're both real good. No, I want a Spider-Man left because we know they're playing mid from the Shuri trigger. So I want to lock up a different location. If you're missing Stegron for this deck, you could play, what's his name? Juggernaut. No, target! Things you love to see. It.
Victory.
Bum, 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 bum. This list just felt solid. I don't even know if Stegron is good in this deck. There's a chance this deck might be better without Stegron. If we're being honest, I should probably test other things in that slot. Juggernaut for Stegron. Or anything, honestly. Just try stuff. Your favorite card that costs less than... Your favorite card that costs less than 5. Stegron is cool. I think Stegron's a pretty reasonable Marvel Snap card, all things considered. I want to necessarily move into the Soulstone path. I kind of want a Lizard center, so that way if I Enchantress the Lizard, it gets bigger.
Opponent snapped.
I don't know that Jeff is really replaceable in this deck, chat. I think Stegron is certainly replacement level. Jeff is both enabling Kraven and Miles. He's doing quite a bit for us. I'm gonna move Nightcrawler this turn, so that way if I draw Miles Morales, I can play him and Spider-Man next turn. Yeah, Jeff's enabling Angela too is also true. Well, that's Sedge. Would have been great. About to get Doctor Doomed. I feel like I'm about to get Doctor Doomed. Really? Okay. Oh. Sure. I think I do this, and then we beat Doctor Doom, right? I guess there's a world where they put Doctor Doom into here, and then RNG gets us. But there should still be stones in their deck. Spider-Man's a card that I've really grown to appreciate the utility on the more I played with it. Alright, hit me, dealer. It'll do, pig. It'll do.
Victory.
I grew up conservative. I went through a very disappointing libertarian phase in college. And then when Trump was elected president, I started paying attention and seeing all of the terrible shit the Republican Party did around that man radicalized me. Made me realize, oh, I really should give a shit. They're not all the same. Like, everyone's required to have a libertarian phase of college. I don't know about required, but I think, yes, it is mostly college kids that are dumb enough to identify as libertarians. Black Widow, Green Goblin. What are you doing? Yeah, looks like you have some crap. I don't have anybody to move this turn, so I think I need to play Spider-Man out, or Miles Morales out.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Kitty's +9 here, puts me to +2. Just leave it, sure.
Victory.
That's Spider-Man's been good. Honestly, this list has felt really trim with the changes that we've made. Turns out, cutting all the 5 drops from your deck makes your deck feel more smooth. Strange how that works. I don't think you could replace Jeff in this deck. I think this deck is Jeff required. You could replace Stegron with like Dealer's Choice card, like Juggernaut's probably decent, but this is unfortunately not a deck where Jeff is replaceable. He's enabling too much. He's enabling Kraven, he's enabling Angela, he's enabling Miles. No other card will tick all the boxes he ticks. So these are spots where I think this is what I want to be doing. So because I have a 2-drop with Kitty on 3, I'm gonna Angela on 2 and then go Kitty 2 on turn 3. Well, shit. Everyone's gotta play until the 3rd location reveals itself. Mike Tyson. I think that's how that quote went. That sounds right. Yeah. Couldn't roll the Miles twice, unfortunately. This could go sideways, but it could also go really right. Okay. We cooking? Oh, yeah. Nothing but the purest of professionalism in this stream, chat. I know that these plays are the reason that you are here. like pretty consistently gets Craven like double digit adjacent. Any reason to not Kitty Miles Shang? Yeah, that's better. I just didn't adjust my line after I drew Shang for the turn. That would have been better. Good shout.
Victory.
Alright, chat. I typically like to end on a high note. We'll have to work towards our 4th Jeff split tomorrow. Today was a ton of fun. If you missed it and you're looking for more Kitty Pride decks, we had Kitty Pride Destroy go up on the Hoaglandia Snap YouTube channel this morning, as well as another one yesterday. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to be posting up a best decks in the developing metagame segment where I talk through things that are performing well, things that look like they could be good into them, and other ideas to brew us. Be on the lookout for that. I will be back here live again tomorrow morning at about 9:30 Central, like I am Monday through Friday. Appreciate everybody that hung out, and catch you around real soon, hopefully. I'm gonna send you over Nicolina's way. They're great. Check out them snap in.